allow the two leaders of both sides, the leader of majority and the leader of minority, to say very short welcoming remarks to welcome the three delegations. Minority Leader, you can take the floor.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kwa heshima na taadhima, ningependa kujiunga nawe kwa kuweza kuwakaribisha wageni wetu kutoka sehemu tatu za nchi yetu Kenya. Wageni wa kutoka Uasin Gishu, karibuni sana. Na wageni vile vile wa kutoka Kakamega, Ingo kule kwa ndugu yangu Senator Boni Halwale, na hatimaye mwisho pia kuwa na wageni kutoka nyumbani Enyeko. So I would like to thank you so much,
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
The chair is speaking. Minority Leader.
Okay.
You know, Mijikenda is not one of the languages that is parliamentary. So kindly withdraw the word Enyeko and proceed to welcome the guests.
As well, Mr. Speaker, wenyewe huko ni mojawapo ya kwamba unawasalimia kisawasawa Kiswahili, pia waweza kusema wenyewe huko, lakini sikuendelea kusema hamjambo. Nimesema tu wenyewe huko, na nafikiria imeeleweka Bwana Spika. Ningependelea niendelee. Bwana Spika, nakushukuru sana kwa kunikaribisha na mimi niweze kuungana na wewe niwakaribishe hawa ndugu zetu, na matumaini makubwa ya kwamba vile ambavyo wamekuja hapa ndani ya bunge letu la Senate wanaweza kujionea kabisa utendakazi wa bunge la Senate vile ulivyo, na vile vile kuweza kukutana, na hakika wameweza kukutana na maseneta kadha, ikiwa mimi ni mmoja wao ambao ninawaelewa sana, na matumaini ya kwamba wakati wakirudi nyumbani yale watakaokuwa wameyaona hapa wataweza kuyafikisha huko taratibu za bunge la Senate, na kulinganishana na vile sisi ambapo huwa tunajadiliana hapa. Hili ni bunge ambalo liko na wakakamavu, ni bunge ambalo hapa hatuna siasa zile za kulumbana za juu ambazo watu hawaelewani kama ndugu. Hapa tunafanya ile bipartisan debate, alafu tukiona upande fulani kuna suggestion mzuri zaidi, basi huwa tunakubaliana. Lakini kwa mara nyingi utakuja kuona kwamba misimamo mikali pia huwa tunaifanya ndani ya bunge la letu. Kwa hiyo na hakika mmejionea na mtaajibika. Tuko na sergeant at arms hapa ambao wanafanya kazi kubwa sana. Kwa hiyo mmejionea, na hakika wakati mkirudi nyumbani yale mliojifunza hapa mtaweza kwenda nayo huko nyumbani. Asante sana Bwana Speaker.
Majority Leader, please. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege for me to welcome the delegations from Elgeyo Marakwet, Kilifi, and of course, the land of bullfighting, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, allow me to say in Kiswahili, karibuni, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, because of the respect I have for culture, I beg you to bear with me. I also tell my colleagues from Elgeyo Marakwet, Otto Kotin, and of course, my people from the land of bullfighting, I tell them, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senator, you know, as a chair, I don't have powers to allow you to use other language other than English and Kiswahili. So kindly confine yourself to those two languages as you make your welcoming remarks.
Mr. Speaker, I stand guided, but language is dynamic. The leaders who have come from Elgeyo Marakwet, you come from a special county. One of the most beautiful landscapes in the Republic of Kenya is in Elgeyo Marakwet. And I hope that through your leadership, that beauty will be translated into performance of the county government of Elgeyo Marakwet. Elgeyo Marakwet has produced one of the longest serving senators in this house, Kipchumba Murkomen. He's now our able minister or CS for transport and roads. We look forward to a delivering department just like he delivered when he was a senator here. As far as Kilifi is concerned, this is the parliament that gave honor and recognition to Kilifi. Guests from home in Kilifi, did you know that history was remade? The first speaker of the Senate in 1963, Right Honorable Choge, was from Kilifi. And the current speaker, Right Honorable Kingi, is from Kilifi. And what is more, Speaker Kingi was elected by both sides of the House. He was not opposed at all. A lot of honor to the people of Kilifi. And what's more, the leader of the minority is also from Kilifi. He's a very good man. The only problem with him is that sometimes he has bad manners of running in a tracksuit on a day when there is no race. And he ends up annoying the police. I therefore welcome you, people of Kilifi, and finally the people of Kakamega County. Kakamega County, allow me to tell them, Mr. Speaker, that I really regret that for 10 years, Mr. Speaker, the committee of JLAC has not been in existence in Kakamega. This is the first time JLAC is being formed in Kakamega. How the Speaker of Kakamega worked for 10 years making law without this department, it beats logic. And given that he was a lawyer, posterity is really going to judge him badly. I want to encourage the members of JLAC from Kakamega that just like here, the committee of JLAC, the committee of budget and finance, the committee of public accounts and investment, any government that does not have those strong committees cannot succeed. Therefore, as we carry the shame, Mr. Speaker, on the rating of the performance of county assemblies in Kenya, Kakamega County Assembly is number 46 out of 47. So I hope that now this committee is there, we will move from number 46 to number 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome them all.
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of Senate, also, Honorable Speaker, I wish to welcome the teams from Elgeyo Marakwet County, Kilifi, and Kakamega to Senate. Elgeyo Marakwet County, Honorable Speaker, is a county of champions. If you see most of the people who win in the marathon and other athletics, Honorable Speaker, are from Elgeyo Marakwet County. So this county is a good county, and you know the former majority leader, before he was sacked last parliament, was also from Elgeyo Marakwet County, and he did very well in this house. He is also started doing very well in the executive as the CS in charge of infrastructure and transport. Honorable Speaker, I welcome all of them to Senate. Use the opportunity that you've come to Senate, both the three counties, to learn. Get something that you will take back to our counties so that you add value as you serve in those three counties, Elgeyo Marakwet County, Kilifi, and Kakamega. And especially those who are very lucky now is Kilifi, because Kilifi is, they have the minority leader here, they have the Speaker of the Senate. And I want to declare also, Honorable Speaker, that I have an interest in Kilifi because my firstborn has worked there for close to about 4 years at Cambridge doing a PhD. I have a lot of interest in Kilifi. So perform and deliver for the people because we've been given opportunities to serve. So Elgeyo Marakwet County, go back and say hi to our people. And I'll say thank you very much for also giving me an opportunity to serve you as your second senator in this house. God bless you all.
Senator Wambo.
Thank you, the Speaker, for this opportunity to also join you and my colleagues to welcome the delegations from Kilifi, Kakamega, and Elgeyo Marakwet. The Speaker, I've listened to the words of Senator Boni Alwale on how gracious God has been to the people of Kilifi. That you started off the house of the Senate back in the days. And today, the Speaker of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya is from Kilifi, and the very able leader of the minority is also the Senator of Kilifi. To the people of Kilifi, we welcome you to the Senate and urge you, when you go back to Kilifi, then join hands with these leaders, these great leaders in this nation, to wipe off, the Speaker, some little shame that is coming out of that county of people invading private farms and claiming ownership. If we take that direction, we are going to lose this country. To the people of Elgeyo Marakwet, yes, it is true that it's a county that has produced runners and champions. But there is also some little shame that is creeping into that county, Mr. Speaker. We are being treated to news of bandits taking over the county, including going to take one of their own from a hospital bed. That's not a very good story. For the people of Kakamega, yes, Senator Boni Alwale has reminded us that the assembly has operated without jailer committee for 10 years. It's a shame, but I'm very sure Senator Alwale would also want to bear a bit of that shame, because between 2013 and 2017, Senator Boni Alwale was the senator of Kakamega. Now we hope that this time round, JLAC would do a good job in Kakamega and improve the ratings of that county. The Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The chairperson is Standing Committee on Trade.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 12th April 2023. Report on the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism on the County Licensing Uniform Procedures 2022, Senate Bills number 9 of 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I lay.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Agriculture. Any member can actually lay the paper, one on behalf of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 12th April 2013. Report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on the Agriculture and Livestock Extension Service Bill 2022, Senate Bill number 12 of 2022. For the Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I lay.
Next order, Clerk.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
The statements pursuant to Standing Order 52, the Honorable Senator Hezena Lamatian. Deferred. Pursuant to Standing Order 56, 1B, the Chairperson, Standing Committee on Information Technology and Communication. If they're not ready, we can call the other committees, because we have 2 statements to receive from, there are 3 statements to be received. One is from the Information and Technology. The other one is from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Then the third one is from the Chairperson of the Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources. Are the 3 chairpersons ready to give their statements? Honorable Senator, if you're ready, proceed. Take the floor. That's Labor. Kindly proceed. And just so you know, your statement should be 10 minutes or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I lay this paper on the table of the Senate relating to the activities of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare pursuant to the Standing Order 56, 1 and B for the period from 8th September 2022 to 11th April 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 56, 1B to make statement on the committee of the activities of Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare for the period commencing on 8th September 2022 to 11th April 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, the committee held a total of 50, considered 3 bills and 3 petitions and 22 statements. The committee also considered 2 legislative proposals. In respect of the bills, the following were considered. The Employment Bill 2023, Senate Bill number 11 of 2022, the Persons with Disability Bill 2023, Senate Bill number 7 of 2023, the Heritage and Museum Bill 2023, Senate Bill number 8 of 2023, legislative proposals of both bills. The committee has considered the Employment Amendment Bill 2023, held public participation, and tabled its report in the House. On the Persons with Disability Bill 2023, Senate Bill number 7 of 2023, the committee has placed an advertisement on the local dailies calling for submissions on 24th March 2023. The committee is scheduled to hold a shareholder engagement on Thursday, April 2023, after which it will sit to consider the submissions and write the report on the bill. With regards to the Heritage and Museum Bill 2023, Senate Bill number 8, 2023, the committee has placed an advertisement on the local dailies calling for submissions on March 2023. The committee is scheduled to hold a shareholder engagement on Thursday, the 18th April 2023, after which it will sit to consider submissions and write reports on the bill. The committee also considered legislative proposals on the above-mentioned 3 bills. Mr. Speaker, sir, in regard to petitions, the committee considered 3 petitions during the period under review as follows. Petition by Mr. James Muriu Kagonga and other residents of Lamu, Baringo, Nairobi, and on Linda Soka, tapping into 302 billion football economy. The committee has met with petitioners and is scheduled to meet with the Ministry of Youth and Sports Affairs on Friday, 25th April 2023. A petition by Kimtai Kirui and Mr. Jepses Arab Koech concerning illegal fraud by the First Choice Recruitment and Consultancy Agency. The committee has met with the petitioners and scheduled a meeting with the other stakeholders. Petition by Dr. David Finji Atela and others on the unfair terms of conditions for the universal health coverage staff and delay in internship posting. The committee is scheduled to meet the petitioners on Thursday, 24th May 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, regarding statements pursuant to Standing Order 52.1, where a senator may make a statement on a matter of county-wide, inter-county, national, regional, or international concern, or matter of general topical concern, 3 statements were referred to the committee. The committee is as follows in response to the statements from the ministries. Statement pursuant to Standing Order 53.1, 22 statements were referred to the committee. Each committee has concluded on 4 of the statements, which others are in various stages of committee consideration. The statement include the statement concerning the status of white-collar employment laid off in 2009 at the Kenya Ports Authority. The statement concerning the on-board process of employees in Marsabit county government, and statement concerning order person cash transfer program, and statement concerning the skewed distribution of relief food in Kirinyaga County. On the statement concerning the plight of immigrant workers in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the committee met with Ministry of Labor and Social Protection and National Employment Authority on the matter. The committee also has had opportunity to travel to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for a study tour and review of bilateral labor agreement. The committee is scheduled to meet the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs and the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection before adopting the report for tabling in the House. The committee is scheduled to meet the National Treasury and Ministry of Labor and Social Protection on Tuesday, 25 April 2023. The statement by Senator Enoch Wambua, MP, on the payment of one-off honorarium for former councillors of now defunct local authorities. The committee has also scheduled a meeting with the Vihiga government on Tuesday, the May 2023, to consider the statement by Senator Geoffrey Osotsi concerning the human resource audit process in Vihiga County. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee is awaiting responses from Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports and the acts of the following statements. Statement concerning the exemplary performance by athletes Eliud Kipchoge and Kipruto and Joyce Chepkoskei in Berlin and London marathons respectively. Statement concerning the establishment of and management of sports and training in the counties. Statement concerning the management of athletes in the county following poor performance at the Tokyo of 2021 Olympics, and statement concerning plans by government to launch a bottom-up football tournament in all 47 counties. Honorable Speaker,
Senator Hezana, you cannot walk from one side to the other. There's a procedure to be followed if you need to move from one side to the other. So you're out of order. Kindly abide by the rules.
The committee is also waiting response of the following. Statement concerning the African Fashion Week, statement concerning discrimination of levels in recent employment or at Bomet University, statement concerning the status and welfare of Baby Junior Sagini, statement on regional and welfare of people living with disability, statement on status of database pledge of Inua Jamii program, statement concerning non-remittance of statutory deduction by county government of Marsabit, statement on reflection and use of appropriate scheme of service for clinical officers, statement on rampant sexual abuse in plantations owned by James Fidley, Kenya Limited in Kericho, and Bomet, statement on status of older persons cash transfer program in Embu, statement on employment of pension and pension to retired employees of the Kenya Corporation, Kenya Railway, statement on the state of labor, experts from Kenya, and statement concerning a claim of inaccurate data of persons with disabilities as reflected on the national census of 2019. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee conducted inquiries on two of the statements, namely the plight of Kenya immigrant workers in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and also counties in the Middle East, and the payment of one-off honorarium in pension, for pension of former councillors in defunct local authorities. Mr. Speaker, sir, on foreign visits, as stated earlier, the committee was invited by the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection to be part of the delegation to Saudi Arabia for fact-finding mission and view bilateral labor agreement with Kingdom from 7th to 14th January 2023. The committee will table the report after holding a follow-up meeting with the relevant stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee has held conduct a retreat held on one stakeholder engagement on the People with Disability Bill. With regard to county visits, the committee visited Kericho County on matters of sexual harassment of workers in tea farms and visited Kisii.
Honorable Senator, kindly conclude. You've gone beyond the allowable time, that is 10 minutes. So you can proceed, you can actually proceed to lay. Senators can conclude the part that you're here to conclude on. As long as you've laid it, senators will be happy to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I lay.
Thank you. The Chairperson Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources. Senator Ngunyi, Haj, what is your point of order? We will take comments on the three statements.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 56, 1B of the Senate Standing Orders to make statement relating to the activities of the Standing Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources during the first part of the second session, that is 14th October 2022 to 31st March 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Senate Standing Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources is established under Standing Order 2283 of the Standing Orders, and in the mandate to consider all matters relating to lands and settlement, environment, forestry, wildlife, mining, water resources, management and development. During this period, Mr. Speaker, sir, under review, the committee held a total of 16 sittings, during which it considered one bill, 24 statements, 2 messages, and tabled 1 report. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, the committee considered the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bills number 6 of 2022. Honorable Speaker, sir, the bill was referred to the committee on 1st of December 2022 following its introduction in the Senate and by way of the first reading. The committee facilitated public participation pursuant to provisions of Article 118 of the Constitution and the Standing Order 145.5 of the Standing Order of the Senate Standing Orders, and prepared its report, which was tabled to the Senate on 21st March 2023, proposing the amendments on the bill. Honorable Speaker, sir, the 24 statements I've mentioned is as listed. And Honorable Speaker, sir, on the remainder of the statements, the committee is scheduled to meet the Ministry of Lands, Public Works and Housing and Urban Development on all the pending statements. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the remainder of the final set of statements, which is mainly to respond to the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage, the committee was scheduled to meet the Ministry for them to respond on all matters pending within their mandate on 18th April 2023, and the pending statements are as listed. On the messages, Honorable Speaker, sir, the committee is currently considering 2 messages from the County Assembly of Nyandarua, and the 2 messages are as listed. Honorable Speaker, sir, on the committee induction and stakeholder engagements, Honorable Speaker, the committee conducted its inductions retreat from 2nd to 5th of February 2023 and met the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage, Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, and the National Land Commission. Mr. Speaker, sir, in conclusion, I wish to thank your office and the Office of the Clerk of the Senate for the continuous support accorded to the committee in undertaking its work. Lastly, I also wish to thank the members of the committee for their commitment and diligence in contributions during the committee activities. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir, and I lay the statement.
The Chairperson Standing Committee on ICT, that is deferred. There's a statement pursuant to Standing Order 52.1 by Senator Hezena. Yes, what is your point of order?
I thought you had guided Senator Faki and many of us who are waiting.
Very well,
that you will allow us to make comments.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't this be the best time?
So, under Standing Order 56, we have 20 minutes for comments and interventions on those statements. So, we may proceed. Majority Leader, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief because I am cognizant of the fact that we have 20 minutes only and almost every colleague wants to speak something. So I'll limit myself maybe to 2 minutes at most, Mr. Speaker. And first, appreciate the work that has been done by the various committees, the 2 committees that have laid their statements today, Committee on Labor and the Committee on, I forget the name, Lands, sorry, Mr. Speaker. Updating the House of the various either statements, petitions, or bills that they are considering. Mr. Speaker, I was only concerned because looking through the House, Mr. Speaker, and I hope I had the wrong impression, I expected colleagues to either be writing down on works that is pending before this committee, what has been concluded, because I know each of the business that a committee considers, Mr. Speaker, is driven or extracted out of either a request by colleagues or something that concerns the various counties, Mr. Speaker. That, be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that this is a new practice that we want to set up as a House so that we can measure our chairpersons and see which are the committees that are taking their work seriously, that can bring a report and say, out of maybe 15 statements, we have been able to settle 10, we have 5 that are pending. Out of 2 petitions, 1 is concluded. And you know that the time for petitions is 60 days, but we are able to turn around in 30 days, Mr. Speaker. And there is a bill that is before us. We have done the report, public participation. You know, any task that doesn't have a way of measuring it, Mr. Speaker, is not a task that is worth undertaking. I appreciate that now we have set in place a mechanism through which we can measure the output of our committees, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps we can move even further, Mr. Speaker, only that this is just by the beginning. Committee chairpersons, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, don't have very rosy reports about the work that is ongoing in our committees. We have each committee of this House that has 9 members. Unfortunately, when you listen to the various chairpersons, Mr. Speaker, they'll tell you that they are lucky on most days if they raise a quorum of 5. That is something that should worry us as a House, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to encourage that if for one reason or the other, that you feel that you serve in a committee which either your talents are not well aligned or for one reason or the other, Mr. Speaker, it is good to approach the weak from your side of the House, Mr. Speaker, and have them redeploy you where you will best serve. Because I know there are colleagues who will give us best service if they were deployed to certain committees, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very important exercise that we have begun, and I hope we can carry on, receive the reports of all the various committees and measure them so that progressively, in fact, Mr. Speaker, you know I was taught in school that apart from reporting by prose, the most effective way to give a report is by diagrams as well, either by charts or by tables. I believe, Mr. Speaker, in the next report that these committees will give, they'll have a chart that will compare what report they give based on the outputs that are mentioned on the business that is before them. Today being the 12th of April, and the next one that they will give subsequently after, be it a month or 2, Mr. Speaker. That way we will be able to judge our committees and appreciate the work that they are doing. You know, with this, Mr. Speaker, it will not now be just a CPIC that will have full membership for reasons that we do not want to indulge in, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Senator Munyi.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kutoa maoni juu ya ripoti zilizowasilishwa na kamati mbili muhimu ya ardhi na ya leba. Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuhusiana na kamati ya leba, ni kweli maendeleo ambayo yamefanyika ni mazuri kwa kamati na kwa bunge letu la Senate, lakini ni masikitiko kwamba imechukua muda kidogo kuweza kukamilisha ile ripoti inayohusiana na shida zinazowapitia wafanyakazi wetu ambao wako katika nchi za Uarabuni, hususan Saudi Arabia na nchi nyingine za Guba. Mheshimiwa Spika, safari ilifanywa mwezi wa Januari tarehe 7 na kufikia sasa ni karibu miezi mitatu imepita, hatujaweza kukamilisha ripoti hii. Kuna mambo mengi ambayo yalikuwa yamezungumziwa katika safari ambayo tulifanya kule Saudi Arabia, na vile kamati ambayo ilikuwa inahudumu katika masuala ya leba mwaka 2017 2022 walikuwa pia wamefanya ziara katika nchi hiyo, lakini masikitiko ni kwamba yale ambayo yalipendekeza kutekelezwa hayajakuwa yametekelezwa na wizara pamoja na taasisi nyingine za serikali. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, ningeomba kwamba kamati iharakishe swala hili kwa sababu ni swala ambalo liko hai kila siku. Kila siku tunapata ripoti kama hizo, na itakuwa si vizuri wakati sisi tunakaa hapa na tunaacha mambo kama hayo yanaweza kupita. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Kathuri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity also to make a brief comment. Honorable Speaker, I would really want to thank you and the SBC for giving my liaison committee, the chairs, time to come and to brief the House, the progress in their committees. We requested through you, and we are happy that we requested this. Honorable Speaker, as the chair, I've really realized that there is something that we really need to fine-tune, especially because we have only 10 minutes for the chair to present the report. So in our maybe subsequent meetings, we'll be able to discuss how we can very briefly, maybe to bring down the report as brief as possible so that we can stick to our timelines, because I can see chairs have been really struggling to shorten the time. So we are happy, and we'll be continue giving the 3 months report. And at the end of the year, Mr. Speaker, as we agreed during our induction or the chair's retreat, we shall be at the end of the year be able, with this progress, be able to have a Senate Day, which has never happened again. But with this Senate, we'll have a Senate Day that will be able to give the public, the Republic of Kenya, on live media coverage on the progress of the Senate. Nobody will ever talk about us. It is only us, the senators and the Senate, including the Honorable Speaker, that will be able to tell the public what we have been doing. They will hear, and also what we intend to cover as we proceed in our 5-year term. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you and want to congratulate the chairs, those who have already presented, and those others who are still on the ride. I didn't want to encourage them, but let us be as brief as possible so that also we don't into the time of other Senate business. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Osotsi.
Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the chairs of various committees for the progress reports, and I wish to say that this is a very effective way of measuring performance of the committees. But how I wish even the turnaround time for issues in the committee should be improved. Mr. Speaker, the chair has alluded to a matter which I presented to the committee regarding ghost workers in Vihiga County. I am aware they have done a lot of work around it, but I expected that this matter be resolved within the shortest time possible, because this is a cancer in my county, which as a senator I've been working very hard to get it resolved. So with the cooperation of the committee, I expect that this matter be resolved in the shortest time possible. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the issue of former councillors. Members, you will agree, every time we go to our various counties, we face these former councillors. Some of who are living in abject poverty, others have died, and every time we face them, they tell us about their plight, and they know that this matter is before us. So I would ask the committee to speed up this matter so that these former councillors can enjoy their contribution to this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Veronica.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for the opportunity to compliment the chair on Labor Committee for the work they have done over the days, over the quarter. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to highlight one of the issues that has been covered by the committee, especially on the status of the immigrant domestic workers in Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, Mr. Speaker, sir. It's commendable that they took steps, Mr. Speaker, sir, were able to have a conversation with the ministry and the cabinet secretary, and they were also able to do the trip to Saudi Arabia to do a fact-finding mission on the status of the domestic Kenyan workers, Mr. Speaker, sir. And this issue, Mr. Speaker, sir, has still not rested. And we would urge the committee, together with the chair, to ensure that it's not left behind, because this is one of the avenues that our youths are going to tap into opportunities using expatriates and using opportunities to work outside the nation of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, sir, and seeking for greener pastures. So I would urge the committee to put their fingers on this issue and ensure that even the migrant workers whom we have received reports from media as late as of yesterday that one migrant worker died in Saudi Arabia, to keep a monitor on what is happening to migrant workers, because it is an avenue that you benefit the Kenyan youth once they tap into these opportunities. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I also want to connect this Labour Committee with the bill that has been presented to this House by Honorable Senator Mungatana on Article 43. When I listened to their report, Mr. Speaker, sir, it appears as though this committee is already oversighting on social and economic rights, and we commend them for the good work and hope that they will continue tracking the progress of those rights, how those rights are being rolled out to Kenyans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two things. One, as I join my colleagues to congratulate the chairs of committees, the Speaker, I also want to challenge them through their chair, the liaison chair, and SBC, to look for a more innovative way of delivering these reports. Otherwise, just reading reports here may become a little bit boring. There must be an innovative way of delivering the same content, but in a manner that does not take a lot of our time, and a manner that we are able to measure what chairs are doing. Secondly, the Speaker, on the chair of Labour, I see you have indicated in your report that on the 25th of this month, which is next week, you'll be meeting the Minister for the Cabinet Secretary for Finance to look into the matter of the one-off payment to former councillors. The Speaker, I want to have you here on this one, and Wakili may also benefit from this. The Speaker, on that matter of former councillors, the Speaker, can you use the authority of your chair to give a final direction of this matter? For the last 3 years, we have had these conversations about former councillors and their payments, and I know that in every county represented in this Senate, there are councillors, former councillors, who are in dire need of that just 200,000 shillings. So, Speaker, can you direct this committee that this time round, the CS should come with a final report on a date when the former councillors will be paid, so that we finish this business and get into other businesses. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Nderitu, Kenya.
Asanti Bwana Spika. Nataka kuwashukuru wenyekiti ambao wamesoma taarifa zao hapa Bwana Spika. Lakini hata japokuwa tunataka kuwashukuru, ni jambo ambalo linavunja moyo sana, kwa sababu Bwana Spika, swala kama hili la madiwani limekuwa ni swala sugu na ni swala nyeti Bwana Spika, kwa sababu limeongewa. Nakumbuka wakati Steward Mazayo alikuwa mwenyekiti wa kamati hiyo ya Labour. Bwana Spika, swala hilo tena nikaleta mjadala hapa, likaongewa wakati Senator Sakaja alikuwa ni mwenyekiti wa kamati hiyo hiyo. Sasa Bwana Spika, linakuja linaongewa tena. Nakumbuka liletwa hapa na Senator Wambua, limeletwa hapa na Senator Cherargei. Bwana Spika, hivi sasa tunapoongea linazingatiwa na Senator Murgol akiwa mwenyekiti. Ni vizuri badala ya kukaa hapa sisi tuwe ni kusoma ripoti. Sijui watu wanatuangalia vipi, kwa sababu hili swala liliangewa zaidi kabla hatajakuja katika seneti hii, na mapendekezo yakaletwa na wakati huu aliyekuwa mwenyekiti wa Labour, Mheshimiwa Steward Mazayo Bwana Spika. Lakini hakuna jambo lolote, ni kama sisi juma hili ni kuongea tu, na hakuna mapendekezo yote ambayo tunapendekeza ambayo yanafuatiliwa Bwana Spika. Si hilo peke yake, kuna wale wafanyikazi ambao kila wakati wanasononeka, ambao wameenda katika nchi za Uarabuni Bwana Spika. Mambo ni hayo hayo tumekuwa tukiongea hapa. Nitarudia kwa sababu unapata yale mambo yameongewa, ni kama ile ripoti Bwana Spika itachukuliwa na aliyekuwa mwenyekiti aliyepita, anampatia huyu mwingine na kufuatilia hayo bila mapendekezo yoyote kutekelezwa Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, kile ambacho tungependa kuomba ni wenyekiti wakifanya, kwa sababu wanafanya juhudi, wanatembea sehemu ambazo zinapaswa kutembelewa, lakini Bwana Spika, mapendekezo yakifanywa na kamati yanawekwa katika kabati, yanaozea huko ama yanapata vumbi huko, na hakuna jambo lolote linapaswa kutekelezwa Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, kile ambacho tungependa Bwana Spika ni waziri, nataka kushukuru serikali ya Kenya Kwanza chini ya uongozi wake Mheshimiwa William Samoei Arap Ruto, kwa sababu mawaziri watakuwa kuja katika bunge hili. Maswali ambayo wanapaswa kutujibu ni swali kama hilo, waziri anayehusika tumuulize hapa Bwana Spika, peupe kimachomacho, aweze kutuelezea mambo ya madiwani amefikisha wapi. Ndio madiwani wanaosononeka, wanaopata shida, wengine wameandikwa kuchunga Bwana Spika. Ukitembea Laikipia, waliokuwa madiwani wameandikwa kuchunga. Ukienda Bwana Spika huko Kitui, unapata wao ndio wachimba migodi Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo vile ambavyo tunapaswa ni waziri akija hapa atujibu hayo maswali magumu Bwana Spika. Nashukuru na naipongeza rais kwa sababu ya kusema ya kwamba mawaziri watakuwa akija hapa tuwaulize hayo maswali badala ya waziri kujibu maswali kupitia kwa mwenyekiti. Nashukuru Bwana Spika.
Senator Sifuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report by the Committee of Lands, one of the statements that was sought there, statement number 6, was actually sought by myself. And I was conferring with the chair of the committee because in the report they are saying that they have actually submitted copies of the report on the specific questions to the senators who asked that question. Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that the committee has never given me a written report on the question that I asked regarding the question of landowners who surrendered their land for the sake of putting up a power plant in Lamu. Mr. Speaker, you and me and the other members of the House Business Committee, the Senate Business Committee, we have agonized about how this thing is supposed to work. Because, Mr. Speaker, in my reading of Standing Order 53, specifically 53B, it requires that the committee may invite the senator. Yes, I am sure they did invite senators to attend, but that at the end they prepare and table a report on the matter. So that, Mr. Speaker, if it is just a committee coming here to tell us, yes, we had X number of statements, we have sorted them out, we gave the reports to the senators, I am sure even the people of Lamu who asked me to ask that question on their behalf would have loved a situation where the committee chair, somehow, if we are able to work it out as a Senate Business Committee, would stand here and answer the specific question and say, yes, with regards to the question of land for the Lamu power plant, this is the situation at the point the senator asked the question, this is the response we got from the ministry, so that even when those people are watching, because these proceedings are live for the benefit of the people, then it is easy for them to understand that they have gotten an answer to the question they asked. So I join my leader, the Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Wambua, when he says we need to find another way for these statements to actually make some sense for the House and for the senators who actually request these matters. Maybe the report on the specific question that I asked was lost somewhere in the clerk's office. I want to make this request again to the clerk's office. Please supply me, because I would want to understand in what form that report was submitted to my office or to me, because I have not seen it personally, Mr. Speaker. So it would be proper. And then something else we just noticed now. Even when the committee chair is submitting those reports, Mr. Speaker, it is good practice that we all have copies of that committee, so that of that report, so that we follow as he's presenting, we can be able to follow. If there are matters that you raise as a senator, you know that it is included or not included in the report. And I believe we at the SBC, Mr. Speaker, must find a solution for this matter. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to this.
Thank you. You cannot raise a point of order. I think the Honorable Senator is already done contributing. we're going to have the very last person to make a contribution. We only have 2 minutes because we're to end at 38. 1 minute. Honorable Sige Wakili.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I also would like to appreciate the chairpersons of the two committees that have presented their reports today, the Committee on Land and the Labour Committee. The two chairpersons, Honorable Speaker, deal with committees that are major factors of production when it comes to other aspects of our life out of this house. I had checked with the Committee on Labour and I sought for a statement which I have conversed as well with the chairperson of the committee on the status of employment condition and the team that is undertaking such work at the University of Bomet. And I am concerned, just like a number of us who have spoken to the statements as issued in the timeline that has been taken by the committee to deliver the statement. I am aware that we are all working against time constraints and other very pressing issues, but I would wish to implore upon the chairpersons of the relevant committees to ensure that they do their best within good time. This is an ongoing concern. It's taken over 3 months, which I know the standing orders provides for that report to have been presented within 60 days. It is beyond that, and I am told that there is still a session they will have to have with the relevant institution for us to be able to get that report. How I would wish that we can, as committees, push ourselves beyond the comfort zone to make sure that we deliver such reports within good time. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, there is also the question that the Committee on Labour reported on sexual harassment cases that we had in the tea estates in Kericho and Bomet. These two are also equally very important. They are very emotive, and it has not only affected the people living and working within the estates, but beyond. As to the recommendations that the committee will give following their additional assignment, which I have also conversed and been informed by the chairperson that they're going to do it, it is something that is a time bomb. We rather, as a committee, push ourselves to make sure that we deal with it in good time. I want to also raise the concern that the Honorable Senator Wambua has raised in terms of the implementation of a number of these recommendations. And maybe it's time, Honorable Speaker, and this House to consider that implementation committee be put in place so that instead of the chairperson of a relevant committee being put under scrutiny for purposes of following up, could we also look at it so that we have a specifically mandated committee to follow on implementation? Remember, the Honorable Senator Mungatana has already presented the bill that is already gone through second reading. For purposes of, besides the cabinet secretaries appearing to answer questions, the powers and privileges, we can also, as a house, summon the authorized personnel of various government agencies to ensure that the recommendations of all the committees of the house are at least followed, so that it doesn't become a talk show. It doesn't become a committee session that does it for purposes of doing it without follow-up for implementation. And I think, the Honorable Speaker, it is time that we look at those ones and see if it is a way to go, we go that direction. If we are able to, as chairpersons of the committees, push ourselves and follow up for implementation, we do it so that we feel the work of the committee, we feel the work of the House, and we make sure that such recommendations made are also implemented or enforced at the various levels they are applicable. I thank you, Speaker.
Senator Boni, what is your point of order? My understanding of Standing Order 98 is that you stand on a point of order if you want to bring a senator back to order because in your understanding they're out of order. So in this case, who is out of order? Which senator is out of order? And you only raise on a point of order when a senator is speaking.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, Neither Senator Sifuna nor Sigei are out of order. I'm rising on this point of order to invite you, Mr. Speaker, to reflect on the remarks by Senator Sifuna and to an extent Senator Wambua. Listening to the business we have transacted on statements, we appear to be dealing with statistics. Mr. Speaker, you need to make a determination that if we shall be using statement, if we shall receive statements in this manner, then we might as well stop it.
So, Senator Boni, you sit, just have a seat. You sit in SBC. You do sit in SBC, is it? Senator Boni, you're a member of SBC. Am I correct?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you are right.
Yes. Now,
but at the level of debate, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The reason I'm asking.
Yes.
Because I'm going with your suggestion. Just have a seat. The reason why I did not want to pronounce myself on these matters, because I felt we can adequately handle those matters at the SBC level. I have taken the concerns of Honorable Sifuna, the concerns of Senator Wambua, and the good input by Wakili Sigei. And I believe when you retire as SBC, we are going to come up with a better way of making sure that these statements actually respond to what we intend them to respond to. So I'm aware I may not be able to pronounce myself on those issues now because I feel the issues that we should discuss them at SBC and then come up with a better way of making sure that these statements actually give us the kind of results we're looking at. So your concerns are valid and we're going to discuss them at the SBC. So you, Senator Kathuri, you want to inform the chair or you want to inform the House? You need permission from the House to inform.
But you know, I want really to make a contribution on this issue, Mr. Speaker, because Mr. Speaker,
honorable members, you know, this is a house of procedure and rules. You know, I understand some difficulties in terms of how do we operationalize some of these good things we want to, but they're not better talked at the floor of the House when the House is in session. Some of these things require us to put our heads together, but not here when the House is actually in session. Either we can discuss them at the SBC or at Akamkunji. Then a decision is held, we come and implement that. Because all these are opinions, and I know most of you have very good opinions here that may input the workings of the Senate. But this may not be the best platform for that, because immediately we sit here as a Senate, then the rules of procedure take into effect. And if that is the case, then I'm afraid I may not be able to allow those very good, opinions that you have. So allow it to run through SBC, and if SBC is unable, then we can expand it to have a Kamkunji and just discuss these matters and agree. Is that fair? So next order, we had a statement pursuant to Standing Order 52-1 by Senator Hezena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to put across that my statement had been postponed due to unavailable circumstances, and it was very timely to make it during the drought. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52-1 to make a statement on the matter of regional concern, namely the water crisis in the northern parts of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, for decades now, water scarcity has been a major issue in the northern parts of this country, mainly caused by years of recurrent drought, poor management of water supplies, contamination of the available water, and a sharp increase in water demanding results from a relatively high population growth. The lack of rainfall also inhibits the ability of residents to acquire food and has led to eruptions of violence in this region. In many years, the shortage of water in Kenya has been amplified by the government's lack of investment in water, especially in the northern region. Mr. Speaker, sir, another population that is affected by this shortage of water are the urban poor. Their access to clean water has been a challenge. This has led to reported cases of cholera epidemics and multiple other diseases that have affected their health and livelihoods. Despite this critical shortage of clean water, there is also a large rural to urban discrepancy in access to clean water in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, despite the progress made by the county governments and other private bodies, it is important to review the causes of Kenya's water crisis to improve the situation further and to prevent future disasters. From my findings, the essential causes of water crisis in the northern parts of Kenya are drought, environmental degradation, poor management of water supply, and the rapid population increase. Mr. Speaker, I would emphasize the drought effect, since it is grievously affecting my people. Over the past decade, the northern region of this country has experienced a severe unending drought. Global warming is one critical factor that has prolonged the drought, and as a result, millions of Kenyans living in the northern region are unable to survive and keep their livestock alive, which is their main source of livelihood. Mr. Speaker, sir, when drought strikes, many pastoralists are left to starve to death. Food aid is not sustainable, and a Marshall Plan by the government to build mega dams in each of the northern counties and to undertake water exploration in Samburu County, Turkana County, and Marsabit County is very much welcomed. This will diversify the means of livelihood and economic activities in order to curb insecurity in the region, introducing agriculture as an alternative means of livelihood. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is about time to shift our focus from poverty eradication to wealth creation. I have keenly noted that poverty eradication in this country has heavily resulted in overdependence on food aid and handouts, which are absolutely unsustainable and create a culture of laziness. Agriculture would avert banditry. It would improve livelihoods and contribute to the overall GDP of the country, given that we have 75% of the Kenya's landmass. Agriculture would completely shift focus on the endangered pastoralism and sustainable pastoralism and provide a sustainable alternative to our livelihood. Mr. Speaker, sir, widespread famine has led to the degradation of forests, desertification, and loss of livestock, and consequently, human lives. Extreme drought has hastened and heightened banditry, poverty, and school dropouts. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am unorthodoxically calling for the renaissance of an agricultural revolution in the north. The next billionaires in this world will be coming from agriculture and information, communication, and technology sectors. Agriculture is a low-hanging fruit for the vast, bare, and fertile landmass in the north. It is the most realistic approach towards economic and youth employment, wealth creation, conflict eradication, and most importantly, the realization of Sustainable Development Goal number 3 on good health and well-being. Mr. Speaker, sir, the 17 17 sustainable development goals will be achieved in Kenya by simply providing water to the northern parts of Kenya. Since all lizards lie on their bellies, one can hardly tell which one has stomachache. Here is a lizard that is announcing that they have a stomachache. We need water. We need to end the war. Mr. Speaker, sir, we cannot beat the drum with one finger, and I therefore call on my fellow colleagues to help me reinforce this agenda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, the Honorable Senator Kathuri.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Loans, Transport and Housing on the state of progress in the evaluation of tenders and the commencement of dwelling works of Meru Town, Loans B66/A9, project phase 1. In the statement, the committee should appraise the Senate on the status of the evaluation of tenders number Kena/2536/2022 and Kena/2540/2022 for dwelling consultant services for the construction and supervision of Meru Town Loans B66/A9 phase 1 works, noting that the two tenders were closed on March 18, 2022 and March 22nd, 2022 respectively. Number 2, state reasons for this delay in completion of evaluation process. And number 3, state when the dwelling of Meru Town Loans B66/A9 phase 1 will commence, giving the projected date of completion, stating measures, if any, being taken to ensure that the project will be completed within the scheduled timeline and budget. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Senators. Before we move to the next order, I have a message from Elgeyo Marakwet County Assembly. Honorable Senators, I wish to report to the Senate that I have, pursuant to Standing Order 48, 3, and 5, received a message from the clerk of Elgeyo Marakwet County Assembly. The message, dated Tuesday, 14th March 2023, and communicated by way of a petition addressed to the clerk of the Senate, was received on 5th April 2023. The message communicates a resolution by the County Assembly to petition Parliament for a declaration inter alia: 1, banditry be declared a terrorist act, and bandits be declared a terrorist group, and as such, punishment attendant to the said offences to follow, and that Parliament shall institute legislation on the same. Pursuant to Article 241(3)(c), the National Assembly approved the deployment of the Kenya Defence Forces in Kerio Valley to end the suffering of citizens there. And Parliament comes up with a long-term solution to banditry in Kerio Valley, Elgeyo Marakwet County, including but not limited to allocating resources to open up regions by putting up infrastructure for socio-economic empowerment of the people in the affected areas. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 48-7, which states, when a message from a county assembly is reported, the message shall be deemed to have been laid before the Senate, and the Speaker may A, direct that the message be dealt with forthwith, B, appoint a day for the consideration of the message, or C, refer the message to the relevant committee of the Senate for consideration. Honorable Senators, as you may be aware, Senator William Cheptumo on Thursday, 30th March 2023, gave a notice of motion on declaration of cattle rustling as a national disaster and establishment of a special fund for victims, seeking that the Senate resolves that the national government, through the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, and in collaboration with the Council of Governors, declares cattle rustling as a national disaster, 1, 2, establishes a national task force on cattle rustling to 1, investigate the causes of the rampant cattle rustling in the said region and the country at large, 2, establish extent of loss and damage the cattle rustling has occasioned to the communities in all the affected counties. And 3, creates a special fund for mitigating the losses suffered by and in compensating all victims of cattle rustling and settle all internally displaced persons occasioned by the menace. In this regard, I refer the resolution by the Elgeyo Marakwet County Assembly to the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations. I further direct that the clerk circulates the resolution as received from the Elgeyo Marakwet County Assembly to all senators so that you may familiarize yourselves with its contents. I thank you. Next order, clerk. Honorable Senators, we seek to rearrange the order paper, the business of the day, by starting with order number 10. Clerk, kindly proceed to call the order.
Order number 10, the Preservation of Human Dignity and Enforcement of Economic and Social Rights Bill, Senate Bills number 7 of 2022. Second reading.
Honorable Senators, this is a debate that had started before it was interrupted. And at the time of interruption, the Honorable Senator Catherine Muma, the Honorable Veronica Nduati was on the floor and had a balance of 7 minutes. Yes.
We proceeded from that point as a way of information, though I don't know whether I should be informing the chair. We did proceed yesterday, and I covered my final minutes on that debate, and it proceeded on, and there was further debate from other senators. It's Senator Catherine Muma who has 7 minutes to respond.
Senator Veronica, allow me to ask the Secretariat, because they are the custodians of the Hansard, to give us the true position. Very well. I'm informed according to the Hansard that at the interruption of debate, the Honorable Catherine Muma was on the floor, and she had a balance of 7 minutes. If the Honorable Catherine Muma is in the House, she can take the floor. If she's not in, then I will call Senator Manzo Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very delighted to support this bill brought by the Honorable Mugatana, and say that human dignity is one of very, very important essentials in our Constitution, and that particular issue of preservation of human dignity and enforcement of economic and social rights bill under the Constitution, a lot of legislation has to be enacted to take to effect some of those provisions of several things given in the Bill of Rights, and one of it is treating human beings with dignity. Part of the socio-economic bit of it is able to make sure that people have provision of water, their provision of all essentials, health, those essential things. In all those articles of the Constitution, there is that legislation will be made so that it can be brought to effect. And I want to say that human dignity runs from so many things. Land rights, it goes on to so many other activities. It goes to so many other activities such that you can be able to deal with quite a number of issues which have not been implemented. Historical injustices, there has been commissions dealing with one thing or another, conclusions made, and then there's no implementation at all. If there is historical injustice whereby the government needed to compensate, you find that that compensation has not taken effect. And when it comes to social rights and economic rights, it should be that the country is balanced so that when we make a budget, we are able to cover every aspect of the nation. I like what the nominated member has just said from the North, that the North is the future of this country, Mr. Speaker. If the North has security, the North has a lot of land, the North has a lot of rivers, if all that water is tapped, then people will have enough food, then there will be development. The biggest companies will be made in that particular part of the world. In the example of America, the Northwest, California and all those desert states were for many years neglected. But when they did Hoover Dam in Las Vegas, in the middle of a desert, there's a lot of agricultural activity which takes place from that particular area, and economic activity has gone there. Las Vegas is a town, which is a very big commercial town, has been started in the middle of a desert. So these are some of the things we need to look at so that you balance the country. We make sure that there are no disadvantaged people. We make sure that we don't have 10 billionaires and 50 million poor people. People cannot be able to put food on the table. People cannot be able to when they get violations of their rights, they cannot be attended to. There has been many abuses which has gone unattended, and it has to be a mixture of many things. How the police works with the people, how to implement some of the acts. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of regulations which have expired in a lot of acts of Parliament. I'm sitting in the Committee of Delegated Legislation with Honorable Mugatana, and Mofire is our chairman. When the law provides clearly that the minister should bring them for renewal to us, then they want to hide behind the Attorney General. The law says the minister. So therefore, the minister should present the regulations to this House, to our committee. We approve or we disapprove. They make them again. Or we work together with them, we make sure there are regulations. One of the good examples is the Public Order Act. There are regulations which were made in the year 2000 by the then Attorney General, who was a senator here, Amos Wako, which were wonderful regulations. Expired in the year 2010. There was a leeway of 2 years. Nobody renewed them. So recently, when there are issues, and the leader of minority is charged in a court, and then we realize there are no regulations to implement the Public Order Act, what is the process of declaring an assembly illegal. And therefore, consequently, after a few days, although there were other factors, the same matter is withdrawn from court because it cannot be sustained for lack of regulations. So when these laws are made, they are also implemented with regulations and to make them effective and to make them be able to serve, for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, as our motto goes. And therefore, this sort of legislation is extremely important. It is not the only one. There are quite a number of other laws, other acts of parliament, which have to still be enacted under the provisions of the Constitution to be able to meet different purposes, especially economic and social rights, so that we have a just society. We have a society where when you want to register a company and you are a foreigner or you are a local person, it is efficient. We have a situation whereby if there is human rights violation, like it has happened in the north, then that matter is able to be investigated and followed, so that whoever person has been killed accidentally or by mistake, they are able to be compensated. And therefore, when we go to third reading, we want to enrich what Honorable Mugatana has done, so that the law can be potent and can be able to serve the people of Kenya. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Senator Catherine, can you have your 7 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and sincere apologies for not being there when you called. Mr. Speaker, as presented yesterday in my, as made in my presentation, I support this bill, and I would urge colleagues that we support this bill because it may very well be one of the most important bills that we will ever pass, because it helps us to methodically put in place a mechanism that can assist us to implement Article 21 of the Constitution, which is putting in place legislative, policy, and other measures for implementing the rights provided for in Article 43. I had said a number of things yesterday, but I would wish to add, Mr. Speaker, that the implementation of socioeconomic rights has come to Kenya in different forms. We have signed on to SDGs and have developed a mechanism for implementing SDGs. We have signed on to Vision 2030. It phrases things differently, but Vision 2030 also implements provisions in Article 43. And then we have the implementation of these rights by the different sectors. This bill should be that tool that we as Parliament should use to put in place the mechanism that can help us to enforce those rights. Mr. Speaker, we have different actors moving independently, developing the tools for monitoring implementation of different things, be it health, be it water, separately. We have the Department of Planning at the national government. We have the Treasury. We have the Vision 2030 team. We have the SDG implementation teams. We have the county governments. We have the COG trying to get all of these things. This should be that law that should be able to bring all these actors together, possibly including the two JLAC committees of the National Assembly and the Senate, to come and define the standards that can help us to measure progressive realization of the rights provided for in Article 43. So as I support this bill with the proposed amendments on this floor, I suggest that we remove the aspects of the law that may clash with other laws without providing a solution, but use this opportunity to bring together the different actors and agree that the implementers of health in this country cannot be in 6 locations. It is the national government and it is the county governments. So we will have one policy and we will define the goals we want to achieve. And once we define the goals we want to achieve, we will develop the standards that help us to measure how we are progressing in delivery of those of that right. And we will be able, in a very simple way, to have implementers oversighted on whether they are achieving the goals that we set up or whether they are not achieving the goals that we set up. Honorable Speaker, today I looked at the dashboard for monitoring implementation of the SDGs. And we have made a dashboard in this country that indicates how Kenya is doing on SDG 1 or SDG 2 or SDG 3. And it is a separate tool that we use to report at the international level. But when you go to the Ministry of Health on its own, you will not have an equivalent dashboard to what is with SDGs. And when you go to the Vision 2030, they have their own tool on how they are achieving, they are monitoring how we are achieving economic growth and enabling the right to health. Mr. Speaker, you'll agree with me that the implementer is not in 3 locations. The implementer will be the county government and the national government, and possibly the parastatals attached either to national government or county government. So this law should be that law that is able to bring everybody together, these mechanisms, and to decide this is the role of Parliament and this is how we want to define it. This is the role of the Article 59 commissions and this is how we want to define it. These are the roles of the implementers at the national level and the county level, and this is how we want to define the intergovernmental mechanisms in order to enable a coordinated, a methodical, a periodic way of telling Kenyans that we have moved from 40% implementation on health to 60%, or we have moved from water 20% to 10%, and we need to do something about that. So I support the implementation of this bill. It's a very important bill with the amendments proposed both by the JLAC committee and members on the floor. I support. Thank you.
Senator Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill. And Mr. Speaker, our Constitution 2010 has been described as the most progressive document. And it is true, Mr. Speaker, because for the first time, under Article 21, and the entire chapter of Chapter 4 of our Constitution is dedicated to deal with the Bill of Rights. And Mr. Speaker, and the reason why this is so is because human dignity is perhaps a very essential aspect of our lives. As human beings, Mr. Speaker, we wish to live a decent life. Those of us, Mr. Speaker, who are lucky to live in better housing, there are many Kenyans who are unable to access better housing, other facilities like water, health, and many other facilities, Mr. Speaker. And that is why this Constitution places the responsibility of ensuring that this Bill of Rights are guaranteed and implemented on the state and the state organs, and particularly, Mr. Speaker, the national and the county governments. Mr. Speaker, just a few minutes ago, you read a petition from Elgeyo Marakwet County, where that county assembly is calling upon this House to discuss that petition and deal with the issue of insecurity. Mr. Speaker, there are parts of our country today where Kenyans, as much as they live, but Mr. Speaker, they live under a lot of threat and fear, and therefore diminishing the very dignity they are supposed to have. And so, Mr. Speaker, this bill, in my view, and I'm a member of the JLAC, is a very important bill, and I want to thank my colleague, Honorable Mugatana, for coming up with this bill. It is a time that this House and this organ of government, this organ, state organ called Senate and National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, should be able to rise to the occasion and be able to pass this bill. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Article 43, it talks about the economic and social rights. I think, Mr. Speaker, we have done very well as a country to address the other rights. If you look at right to life, privacy, human dignity, slavery, freedom of expression, freedom of media, political rights, Mr. Speaker, I think we have done so well on this. But when it comes to the economic and social rights, as a country, Mr. Speaker, I think we have not done very well. And Mr. Speaker, yet the foundation, in my view, for us to enjoy the other rights is to deal with the economic rights and social rights. Mr. Speaker, every person has a right to the highest attainable standards of health. Mr. Speaker, I come from Baringo County. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, the condition of the health facilities and provision of health is the worst. I also believe my colleagues in the House are facing the same problem. And it should include the right to health care services, including reproductive health care. Mr. Speaker, if you dissect these economic and social rights under Article 43 from A to F, all the pastoral communities, the entire of Northeastern, Mr. Speaker, the entire coast, and a larger part of Rift Valley, Mr. Speaker, which is actually more than almost 70% of the country, those economic and social rights have not been achieved. Housing, Mr. Speaker, and I want to appreciate the Kenya Kwanza government for coming up with the housing program. But even as we receive this particular program, Mr. Speaker, how many of the 50 million Kenyans can be able to access? It is still a big challenge, and it is a fundamental requirement under Article 43 for us to ensure that our people access to this, and so on. Free from hunger. Mr. Speaker, you witnessed recently, up to even today, until the other day when you got the rains, the kind of situation our country faced, where we are unable to feed ourselves. We depend on donor support. We are unable to produce enough food for our country and for our people. Mr. Speaker, clean and safe water. 2030 is here with us, Mr. Speaker. And there was the proposal under the leadership of Kibaki that by 2030, every household should have clean water in compliance with this Article 43. Mr. Speaker, I don't know members of this House today, if you were to ask them what is the percentage of their county which are going to access clean water by in the next 7 years, I'm sure they will all say a small fraction of their population. Social security. The country has tried, yes, through the social protection and so on. To education, Mr. Speaker. In my county, Mr. Speaker, there are schools today which are closed because of insecurity. Our young people are unable to access their schools because of insecurity. And even when they are able to be in those schools, they are unable to even access food. So they are again not able to access this fundamental right of education. Mr. Speaker, so that I don't take a lot of time on this matter, I just want to say that this bill and this law, though there will be certain amendments as proposed by the committee, I serve it, the CHILAC and so on, and even in this House, but I think, Mr. Speaker, this is the right step in the right direction, so that as a House, Mr. Speaker, we should be able now to ensure that this House, Senate, National Assembly, the national government, the county government, as state organs, are able to fulfill the obligation placed on them under Article 21 of the Constitution of ensuring the implementation of rights and fundamental freedoms of our nation and our people. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, and I think it is important that we pass it also, that we are able to move to the third reading and pass it into a law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wambua.
Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to make a contribution to this wonderful proposed piece of legislation by our colleague, Senator Mugatana. And from the onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I fully support. Mr. Speaker, human dignity is an integral part of life and living. If you deprive people of their dignity, then to a very great extent, as a speaker, those people are deprived of a critical part of their lives. I want to go straight to maybe just 3 or 4 aspects of the proposed bill, or the bill that we are debating in second reading. And Mr. Speaker, I take note of part 1 of the bill, clause 4. That's where I want to begin my contribution, Mr. Speaker. The guiding principles of this bill. Part 4 states clearly and categorically, Mr. Speaker, that all persons shall, in their performance of their functions under this Act, be guided by the following principles in addition to the national values and principles set out under Article 10 of the Constitution and the objects of devolution set out under Article 174 of the Constitution. And I want to go to clause 4B, non-discrimination. So, Speaker, you know, these bills allow us opportunity to speak truth to power and to correct misbehavior by people in authority. And even if those people are senators, then they must be called to order. So, Speaker, we have all listened to speeches by some persons in authority, and because they are not here, Mr. Speaker, we may not go into a debate without a substantive motion. Mr. Speaker, this bill, drafted by Senator Mugatana, proposes that there should be no discrimination to human beings, to Kenyans, irrespective of where those people come from, irrespective of the religion that they subscribe to, irrespective of their political affiliations. The Speaker, that one line is a very powerful line. That even after an election and people go into the polls and elect their leaders, their senators, their governors, their members of the National Assembly, their president and the deputy. Once the results of that election are announced and either accepted or not accepted, you cannot discriminate any person in this country on the basis of how you perceive them to have voted. I have heard many times as Speaker, Deputy President making reference to people and how they voted and how access to national resources should be prioritized. As Speaker, when this proposed bill becomes an act of parliament, becomes law, as Speaker, I want to see what will happen to leaders who think that they can deny Kenyans access to resources simply because they think Kenyans did not vote in a way that they wanted them to vote. Second, Mr. Speaker, the rights as espoused in Article 43 of our Constitution. Kenyans in every corner of this country have a right to access the highest standards or highest attainable standard of health. Speaker, we have had debate on this floor. And I'm happy and I really congratulate Senator Mugatana that he has brought an enabling legislation so that now Kenyans can access, can really test the veracity of Article 43 of the Constitution. That we can say it is a right of every Kenyan in every part of this country to have access to health, access to education, access to good road network, access to water. And you know, Mr. Speaker, there is one thing that we must also disabuse ourselves and disabuse this nation of. Governments don't give rights to Kenyans, to citizens. The rights of citizens are enshrined in the Constitution and enabling legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, with the passage of this law, I believe Kenya will be a better place to live in. Mr. Speaker, I go to part 2 of the bill on obligations of the national and county governments. And I like it, Mr. Speaker, that Senator Mugatana has applied his mind to this bill properly. That there are obligations that belong to the national government and there are obligations that belong to county governments. On the obligations of the national government, Clause 5D, the proposer of the bill says that the national government should put in place adequate infrastructure that would be necessary to meet the obligations of citizens, of course, in realizing their economic and social rights. The Speaker, some of these pieces of infrastructure would include, as I said, roads, dams. There is one thing that we hardly ever talk about, and I want to make it alive in this bill. The issue of airstrips, Mr. Speaker, regional airstrips. The other day, Mr. Speaker, as I joined my principals going around the country to preach peace and give people an opportunity to exercise their rights, I landed at the Kakamega airstrip. I also landed at the Trans Nzoia airstrip. Beautiful pieces of infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. And in terms of making people access infrastructure to be able to realize their economic and social rights, Mr. Speaker, I remember it was the promise of the Kenya Kwanza Coalition that there will be airstrips, at least one, in every county. So, Speaker, this will be important. Because when this country must begin to be aspirational, even in terms of development, that citizens of Kenya working in the capital from far-flung areas who may want to visit their rural counties every so often, it becomes a bit difficult, using roads with ventures of road transportation. So, Speaker, if this dream can be achieved, of at least having a regional airstrip properly done and functional in at least every county, this would really help in pushing forward the development agenda in this country. As a Speaker, for counties that are big, like Kitui County, where we have only one dilapidated, actually unusable airstrip. The only aircraft that can land at Kitui airstrip, Yedhokwe, is maybe a chopper. You can never even, the smallest caravan cannot land there. A county as expansive as that, we could have that Kitui airstrip, the Mutembei airstrip, the Sikuru airstrip, and this will spur development, communication, and transportation. The Speaker, finally, on the obligation of the county governments, I have seen, that's article, no, that's clause, what? Clause 5, clause 2D, under the county government obligation, the promoter is talking about prioritizing allocation of resources to ensure the realization of economic and social rights while taking into account the special needs of vulnerable persons. Very, very important. In fact, a time should come, Mr. Speaker, maybe that is a time, that it should be illegal. It should be counties that do fiscal planning should not issue construction licenses and authority to people who do not, constructors who do not take into account the special needs of persons living with disabilities. You should not have buildings living with disabilities. And I think that is what the proposal of the bill is talking about, that even those persons living with disability, the special needs people, have equal rights to access buildings, to access transportation, and be taken care of when it comes to infrastructural development in every part of this country. The Speaker, so that I don't take a lot of time, I thank Senator Mugatana for bringing up this bill, and I fully support. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Paris Tobiko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill and congratulate Senator Mugatana for bringing a very good piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it will be a bit challenging to contribute to this bill because it's an all-encompassing sort of piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. And it speaks to our hearts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I actually had a doctor's appointment to go at around 4:30, and I decided to skip in order to contribute to this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you look at this bill and the situation of our country at the moment, when other people are speaking about, political rights, freedoms of association and all that, there are parts of this country and communities that are still, in dire need of attention in terms of basic rights, Mr. Speaker. basic rights as Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, because you find regions, as the nominated senator from Samburu, Hezena Lemaletian, had said, there are regions that are still, living without water, and every day is a struggle to have even drinking water and water for domestic use and water for livestock, Mr. Speaker. You'll find that there are regions that are very wanting in terms of infrastructure, and you would wonder whether Kenya has been, put in paddocks, that there are regions that are well developed, there are regions that have moved forward, and there are regions that are still very wanting, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will give you an example of the region of Kajiado, because Kajiado is known to all Kenyans who are living in Nairobi, because it's really the bedroom of Nairobi now. It's one of the suburbs of Nairobi. But Mr. Speaker, whereas all Kenyans are trying to invest in Kajiado because it's close to Nairobi and they can do, they can as well, do their daily work in Nairobi and go to Kajiado, there is no infrastructure in Kajiado. There is no infrastructure in Kajiado, Mr. Speaker, and you'll find the Kenyans, and I'm sure even members of parliament, a lot of them are living in Kajiado. But to make your way to Nairobi from Kajiado, it's a nightmare. No, my home area is very close, but I will not be able to stay at home and come to Nairobi daily because there is no infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. But if I were to stay in Kiambu, I'll get easily to Nairobi. If I were to stay in Thika, Mr. Speaker, I'll make my way very easily to Nairobi. So, Mr. Speaker, there are Kenyans who are still, crying for basic services. Water, electricity, roads, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Mr. Speaker, because I have held a constituency that is touching Nairobi for 10 years, those who are living in Kitengela would always be asking, where are the leaders of this place? Why don't we have tarmac? Why don't we have electricity? The leaders of this place are not talking, but we have been in this house talking, screaming, crying for more than 15 years now, and we don't get the roads. That is why Old Namanga Road is not tarmacked. Yet the good senator from Machakos can tell you how many roads are joining into Mombasa Road from Machakos. At Machakos Junction, at Konza Junction, at Wote Junction, at Salama Junction. But the road to Kajiado is only one international road from Nairobi to Namanga, to the border. And there is no other road, Mr. Speaker. So you wonder, this country, has it been divided? Are there regions that have been secluded for development and others that will never see development? Mr. Speaker, I want to say this because our people are still moving, wandering around with livestock because there are no dams. The rains come, the water is not harvested. They continue staying in the dry areas, and these dry areas could feed this country. We could get water for irrigation. We could get water for livestock. Some regions enjoy extension services, agricultural extension services, others don't. Without devolution will be a solution because our counties may address some of these things. But counties have also become a letdown, and they will need to address, some of these services like health services, water provision. Mr. Speaker, even education is still a problem in some regions.
were just speaking to a senator at the lounge who was telling us to go and help him construct some school. And you wonder, at this day and time, there are still some matope schools, constructed with matope in this country, yet in other places, we are having high-rise schools. Mr. Speaker, it's just a country of inequalities, a country that some have more say, more rights, and others are spectators, Mr. Speaker. And so I felt, Honorable Mungatana, you have spoken to our hearts with this bill, and I urge the members of this House, let us pass this bill. Let us continue passing good legislation and see whether those in the executive, their conscience will be pricked to treat Kenya as an equal platform for all Kenyans, to receive services, fair services for all people. Because it should be our rights, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have gone during the campaigns across the country, and sometimes I just feel it hurts. It hurts every day when you see regions that have been well developed and more resources continue going to those regions, and there are regions that have been neglected, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, right now, in a place like Kajiado or Samburu or Turkana, for a woman to give birth and remain alive, it will be by the grace of God. Because the facilities are wanting, there are no hospitals, there are no roads, leave alone airstrips. For us, it will be the greatest privilege to ask for an airstrip. We are asking for roads. In fact, we are still asking for Maram roads, not even tarmac roads, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, let us use this platform as a house to equalize Kenya. A house, a platform that will treat all Kenyans equally and fairly and justly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Okoitio Mtata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to support the bill by the Honorable Senator Mungatana of Tana River. Article 43 gives a list, not exhaustive, but a list of rights, which we call economic and social rights. A common factor about these rights is that they all require money. The right to a higher sustainable standard of health, which includes a right to healthcare services, including reproductive health care, requires money to be invested in health infrastructure. To accessible and adequate housing and to reasonable standards of sanitation require money. To be free from hunger and to have adequate food of acceptable quality requires money. To clean and safe water in adequate quantities requires money. To social security, to education, and to emergency medical treatment, all these require money. And where does the money come from? The money must come from the enterprises within the polity. And what are we doing to our enterprises? Since independence, we have had a culture of cannibalizing public assets, public enterprises, and privatizing them. So, Mr. Speaker, as I support this bill, we must realize that these rights ride on a robust economy. If our economy goes to the dogs, if we become a basket case, we can only dream about these rights. And that therefore calls for a very important thing that must happen in this polity. The rule of law, to ensure that public assets are put to the use and to the purpose for which they are intended. Otherwise, we shall end up writing a lot of poetry about socioeconomic rights. Yet the Constitution itself, at Article 20, Clause 5, states that in applying any right under Article 43, if the state claims that it does not have the resources to implement the right, a court, tribunal, or other authority shall be guided by the following. And if you look at those issues, they all come down to money. So socioeconomic rights can only be realized where the country is wealthy. And so we must work out and work hard to make this country wealthy. We must protect public institutions. Right now, the government is obsessed with the idea of privatizing ownership of public assets, critical public assets, instead of focusing on privatizing management of these assets where the public cannot manage them. So we are trying to strip this country poor, strip it naked, and yet we talk of having a constitution that declares rights that require a robust economy to achieve. So in supporting this motion, or this bill, it's my position that if the government wants really to ensure that these rights are realized, it must do what is necessary to recover the economy. And right now, the government must put a brake on wild spending at the top of the executive. A lot of money is being put to unnecessary use as the country bleeds. The government has expanded the public service by introducing political actors into the public service called chief cabinet secretaries, chief administrative, what are they called? Chief administrative secretaries. I'm a bit confused because they are a political animal and yet they are in the public service, in total violation of the Constitution. So they are bloating the cost of administration. A lot of money is going to recurrent expenditure, and yet we are talking of trying to develop this country. It's time that this government should tighten its belt, reduce unnecessary spending, and ensure that it invests in the economy to grow this economy. Socioeconomic rights basically means giving somebody or everybody a share of the cake. But when the cake is too small, it cannot be shared. It will result in some stampede. To achieve socioeconomic rights, we must bake a bigger cake. But as I speak right now, I don't see any plans or any credible plans to bake a bigger cake so that we can realize socioeconomic rights by distributing the cake to more people. We'll be wasting our time and dreaming to think that socioeconomic rights are things we talk about. So let us work on getting money. Let us work on making Kenyans rich. If Kenyans become rich, we don't even need legislation on socioeconomic rights. They'll have money in their pockets. They'll go for health. They'll go to school. They'll pay whatever they want to pay. But if we are trying to construct this country that some people must remain poor, and we come up with policies that ensure people remain poor, then legislation like this becomes inevitable. And where we are, it is inevitable because since independence, this country has been designed to exclude some people. All people who have submitted here have talked about inequalities across the country. So the designs that made this country unequal or made some people more equal than others require this kind of legislation to contain as an intervention, as a temporary measure, but not as the end game or not as the destination. The end game must be making every Kenyan rich. We must come up with policies that pull the masses out of poverty. And that's the challenge that the Jubilee government has. Not the Jubilee, but the Kenya Kwanza government has. I'm sorry, I'm unable to distinguish the two because the actors are the same. So I'm unable to distinguish Kenya Kwanza from Jubilee. The actors are the same, the names are different. So this government must pull up its socks and put on the table credible policies and activities that can draw the masses out of poverty, so that every person in this country should have within himself the capacity to realize the socio-economic rights without depending on the state. And we know very well that Kenya is not a welfare state. It's not a welfare state. It's not a grant-making institution. But it has an obligation to create the requisite environment for Kenyans to become rich. So as I support this very important bill, I support it with the understanding that it's an intermediary measure to use the law to address what in some areas are called historical injustices and stuff. But after we get this bill, I still call upon the government to come up with a Marshall Plan of sorts for this country, to pull us out of poverty, to make the rural areas thrive, to make the urban areas, especially the informal settlements, thrive, so that with the creation of more wealth, the creation of new wealth, based on resource-based leadership, whereby leadership looks at the resources we have and comes up with a program to transform those resources that are mainly under our feet in the soil, to convert the vast resources this country has into wealth that can enter into pockets of Kenyans so that we can have millionaires. I would like the Kenya Kwanza government, when it makes its state of address, a state of the nation address next time, to stand up and tell us how many millionaires it has created in Kilifi, for example. How many millionaires it has created in Nyeri? How many millionaires in Marsabit? How many millionaires wherever? How many people has it pulled out of poverty, out of its programs? It should not talk about creating employment, because we know that employment, real employment is created by the private sector. It talk of creating an enabling environment where people have become millionaires and they are investing and expanding the economy and creating new wealth. Areas like Kiambu, we want to see factories thriving. They are virtually peri-urban. It is no longer viable to run these areas that are surround Nairobi on peasant economies and many parts of this country. That's why many youth have become delinquent, because they see no future. So these socioeconomic rights are very important. This bill is long overdue, and we support it, and we should pass it. But again, I say, it must just be an interventionary or a transitory law that addresses historical injustices, but the challenge is on the government of the day to come up with a formula of creating millionaires across the country. There are too many poor people in this country for there even to be effective taxation, for there to be anything that you can call a state. As a modern state, as a middle-income economy, we don't need to have this kind of contradictions in our economy. So I support this bill, and I congratulate the Honorable Mungatana, if I may be allowed, the crocodile eater, for giving us this special bill, whereby we'll ensure that Kenyans, if I go to Moyale and I go to a clinic in Moyale, I am sure that I'll get the same medical care that I can get if I walk into a clinic in Runda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Mariam Sheikh Omar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to support the bill. Mr. Speaker, Article 43 is more of social economic rights. First of all, I thank Senator Mungatana to bring this bill, and it is, if this bill goes through, it's more advantage to marginalized community. Mr. Speaker, in Mandera, the last 3 weeks, we are crying because of drought. But as we are talking, there's rain and there's flood everywhere. So we need a capacity building, how to harvest the water for a long time plan. And also capacity building to change our pastoralist community to transform from pastoralist to agriculture state so that we have food security in the region. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to also service rendered, like birth certificate, passport, ID, we are discriminated on the other side. We have only one birth registration in Mandera, which is in Mandera town, and the service to be rendered to the nearer, people must access it nearer. But they walk from Takaba, they travel almost 300 kilometers to get their right, the service. Mr. Speaker, service deliveries must be nearer to the people. The other one is vocational training. In Mandera, there is a teacher training which has been built, but it has not been operating because of equipment. And also there is also nursing training, because in a hospital there is turnover of nurse. But if we get our people, if we train our people on Mandera nursing training there, we can employ them and we can reduce turnovers in the hospital. Mr. Speaker, the other one is clean water. Every citizen in Kenya must get clean service and sanitations. Currently, as we are talking, Mandera has outbreak of cholera. That means there is unclean water. So, Mr. Speaker, the right of pastoralists must be, the pastoralists must get water nearer. Mr. Speaker, because of time, I congratulate Mungatana for the bill, and I appreciate for his efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Mohamed Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia mswada ambao umeletwa bungeni na Senator Mungatana, senator kutoka gatuzi la Tana River, kule ambako mamba wanashindana na wananchi kwa huduma za maji. Mheshimiwa Spika, mswada huu ni muhimu sana ikizingatiwa kwamba katiba yetu ya mwaka 2010 iliweza kuweka bayana haki za jamii, social rights, na haki za kiuchumi, economic rights. Mheshimiwa Spika, kifungu cha 43 cha katiba kinatoa wazi haki hizo, ikiwemo haki ya afya bora pamoja na haki ya haki za kimsingi za kuzaa, haki ya kuwa na nyumba ama makazi ya kuishi, haki ya kuwa na hali ya juu ya usafi, haki ya kupata chakula cha kutosha na cha chenye virutubisho vyote, haki ya kimsingi ya lishe kwa watoto, haki ya kuwa na maji safi ya matumizi na kwa wingi, vile vile haki za kijamii kama vile mambo ya ruzuku zile zinatolewa kwa jamii tofauti tofauti ambao hawajiwezi, na mwisho haki za elimu. Mheshimiwa Spika, haki hizi zote Mheshimiwa Spika ni muhimu na za kimsingi, lakini jambo la kusikitisha ni kwamba hata zile haki za kibinadamu za kimsingi tumeona kwamba bado zinahujumiwa na serikali yetu ya sasa. Kwa mfano Mheshimiwa Spika, majuzi haki ya kuandamana, haki ya kupeleka stakabadhi kwa ofisi za kiserikali ilihujumiwa pakubwa, wakati hata wabunge na maseneta waliweza kushikwa Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kuweza kutekeleza haki hiyo. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, haki hizi zote zitakuwa ni ndoto mpaka pale serikali itakapoona kwamba kuna umuhimu kwanza wa kulinda haki ya kibinafsi ya kimsingi ya maisha. Tumeona watu kadhaa waliuliwa katika maandamano ambao maandamano yalikuwa ni ya amani Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo tumeona Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba haki hizi itakuwa muda mrefu sana kuweza kuzipata iwapo serikali itakuwa bado na zile fikra potovu kwamba maandamano yoyote ni masuala ya fujo, kwa hivyo watu waweze kupigwa na kufukuzwa ili wasiweze kutekeleza azma yao ya kuandamana. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia japokuwa ugatuzi umeweza kusongeza mbele haki hizi, tumeona kwa mfano kaunti tofauti tofauti zimeweza kujenga zahanati na hospitali za kisasa, wameweza kurahisisha kupatikana kwa maji safi, wameweza kurahisisha, kwa mfano ziko kaunti nyingi ambazo zinatoa ruzuku kwa watoto ama lishe kwa watoto wanaokwenda nursery schools katika maeneo yale ili waweze kupata chakula. Hata wale ambao wanasoma shule za msingi wanapata lishe ili wasiweze kusafiri kwenda makwao kwenda kuweza kupata chakula cha mchana wakati wameenda shule. Japokuwa kaunti nyingi zimeweza kufanya hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hali hii pia inahujumiwa na kucheleweshwa kwa zile ruzuku ambazo zinapelekwa katika kaunti hizi kila mwezi kulingana na sheria. Kwa mfano Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kaunti ya Mombasa pesa za mwisho zimepelekwa na serikali kuu mwezi wa Disemba mwaka jana. Kwa hivyo ina maana kwamba zile huduma zote ambazo kaunti ile ilikuwa imepanga kufanya, kwa mfano kupeleka lishe kwa watoto, kujaribu kuleta maji safi kwa wananchi, yote Mheshimiwa Spika yameweza kulemaa kwa sababu ya upungufu wa fedha. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia wakulima, hivi majuzi wameweza kuleta mfumo wa kuleta mbolea Mheshimiwa Spika, japokuwa ni jambo zuri, lakini Mheshimiwa Spika tunaona kwamba kazi kubwa serikali yetu imetoka hapa mpaka Zambia kwenda kuulisha ama kuwasaidia wakulima wa Zambia waweze kuzalisha mahindi mengi waweze kuleta Kenya. wakati sisi wenyewe wakulima wetu, Mheshimiwa Spika, hatujaweza kuwahudumia kikamilifu. Badala ya kuwa na vipimo vya kupima Zambia tutaleta mahindi au tutaleta mazao kiasi gani, tuwe na vipimo vyetu hapa hapa Kenya, Mheshimiwa Spika, ili kuona kwamba wakulima wetu wote wanaweza kuzalisha chakula cha kutosha ili kusaidia kulisha nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona masuala ya maji. Kunajengwa madamu kila mara, mabwawa yanajengwa kila mara, lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, tatizo sugu la maji bado halijaweza kutatuliwa. Kwa mfano, tukiangalia sehemu za pwani hususan Mombasa, Mheshimiwa Spika, maji tunayopata ni yale yale ya Mzima Springs ambayo ilijengwa katika mwaka 1945. Katika miaka 15 au 20 inayokuja itakuwa Mzima Pipeline, Mheshimiwa Spika, inasherehekea karne moja na hatujaweza kuunganisha hata pipe moja kutoka Mzima kuelekea Mombasa ama kuelekea Taita ili tuweze kupata Mzima 2 na Mzima 3. Mheshimiwa Spika, haki hizi, sheria hii ambayo imebuniwa Mheshimiwa Spika, itakuwa na umuhimu kuweza kutekeleza, lakini la kusikitisha ni kwamba hata zile taasisi ambazo ziko sasa, kwa mfano Kenya National Human Rights ambayo inatakana kuchunguza matukio ambayo yanahujumu haki za binadamu, yameweza kushindwa kufanya hivyo kikamilifu. Tuliona majuzi watu wamepigwa, maandamano yametimuliwa bila kufuata sheria, lakini hata siku moja hukusikia tume ya Kenya National Human Rights ikizungumzia swala hilo ambalo ni swala katiba inalikubali. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba muongozo uliotolewa katika sheria hii utasaidia pakubwa, lakini hautoshi Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu zile taasisi ambazo tunaziunda nyingi zimeweza kulemazwa kutokana na ile ambayo tunaita state capture. Tukiangalia kwa sasa tume huru nyingi ziko na watu ambao ni vikorogosi ama vibaraka wa serikali iliyoko mamlakani. Hivyo basi wanashindwa kutoa ripoti muhimu ama kuzungumzia mambo muhimu ambayo yanatokea kwa sababu ya kuogopea na kusikitikia nafasi zao.
Mheshimiwa Mohamed Faki, umesema vikaragosi.
Yes, Mheshimiwa.
Sijaelewa vizuri hao ni watu aina gani vikaragosi?
Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa Kiingereza tunaweza kusema ni puppets. Ni puppets wa serikali zilizoko. Na hii haikuanza sasa Mheshimiwa Spika.
Vikaragosi kwa Kiingereza ni cartoons, vitu kama hizo. Sasa sijaelewa kama hiyo ni lugha ya kutumia katika bunge letu la taifa.
Samahani Mheshimiwa Spika kama imekuelewa hivyo, lakini mimi ni kwa mategemeo yangu ni kwamba ni watu ambao hawana msimamo katika mambo ambayo wametumwa kufanya. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tunasema kwamba hata kiwa na sheria nzuri namna gani, wale ambao watatumwa kutekeleza sheria zile, ikiwa ni watu watakuwa ni waoga, ni watu ambao wanajali mkate wao kwanza kuliko kujali yale mambo ambayo yanafanyika, itakuwa ni kazi ya bure. Na nampongeza ndugu yetu Mheshimiwa Mungatana kwa masuala haya. Tukiangalia masuala mengi ambayo kwa mfano haki za wale
Senator Mohamed Faki, lakini I can see Senator you are struggling to catch mine, but I cannot see your hand on the screen.
I wish to raise a point of order. Under Standing Order 98, is our colleague Senator Faki in order to veer off from the debate of the current legislation
Senator
that is being...
Mohamed Faki, have your seat, kindly.
Is he in order to start talking about puppeting, get completely irrelevant out of the current debate, Mr. Speaker, veer off from the discussion and the content of the bill that is under discussion, and continue to consistently attack the government of Kenya Kwanza, which has not even been named yet in that bill, Mr. Speaker, sir. And talking about puppeting, Mr. Speaker, is he in order to continue in that line?
Senator Mohamed Faki, you see the language really, we need to use proper language, parliamentary language, so that you avoid this point of orders. You see, also, I did collected you when and you use some unparliamentary language. Therefore, please, I did request you to, you are just doing very good debate, but just use the right language, if I may ask you to.
Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza nashukuru kwa mwongozo wako, lakini najaribu kufikiria dada yangu Senator Veronica, sijui amesimama kwa msingi wa kanuni gani ya kanuni zetu za kudumu za bunge, kwa sababu yale anayozungumza ni mambo ambayo mimi sijataja serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, nimesema serikali zote. Hata serikali ya Jubilee, Mheshimiwa Spika, ilimweka ndani Senator Cherargei wakati kulikuwa hakuna msingi wowote wa kumweka ndani, akamnyima bond. Hata Senator Olekina pia aliwekwa ndani na serikali ya Jubilee. Kwa hivyo sijataja serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, na hiyo iko katika Hansard, aangalie pale nimetaja serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, kama amesoma hii sheria, huu mswada kamilifu, kuna mahali ambapo kuna tume ya Kenya National Human Rights Commission. Ukiangalia commission, Kenya National Human Rights Commission established under Section 3 of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Council of Governors, County Council of Governors. Mheshimiwa, hizi ni taasisi ambazo zimetajwa hapa, na nimesema kwamba hizi taasisi ikiwa zina watu ambao hawana msimamo, watu ambao ni wandani wa wale wanaongoza serikali, Mheshimiwa Spika, ina maana kwamba yale yote ambayo yanatarajiwa kufanyika kulingana na sheria hii hayataweza kufanyika. Kwa hivyo tumesema kwamba licha ya kuwa na sheria, lazima pia tuwe na watu wenye msimamo wa kusimamia sheria zile, ili zikitekelezwa watu waweze kupata haki zao kikamilifu. Mheshimiwa Spika, bunge lililokwisha kulikuwa na mswada hapa kwamba watu wa kaunti ya Nakuru walipokuwa wanaomba kupata nafasi ya kuwa ni jiji, yani city county, waliwakusanya wale randaranda wote wa mjini, wakaenda wakawatupa msituni kule Nandi, na tume na bunge la Senate likapeleka kamati kwenda kuchunguza, na ikapatikana kwamba ni kweli waliwakusanya wale randaranda wa mjini wote wakaenda wakawatupa msituni. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa, ni mambo ambayo yamefanyika na ni lazima tuyakemee sisi kama maseneta katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kumalizia ni kwamba nampongeza Mheshimiwa Mungatana katika kuleta mswada huu, na mswada huu Mheshimiwa Spika utasaidia pakubwa kuziamsha kaunti zetu, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu kaunti zetu haziangalii sana masuala ya haki. Wanaangalia mambo madogo madogo ambayo kwa muda mrefu, Mheshimiwa Spika, hayapeleki mbele haki za wananchi katika kaunti zile. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii.
Asante. Senator Sigei Wakiri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to start from the very onset to laud the Honorable Senator Mungatana for standing up and promoting this particular bill. Honorable Speaker, I also would like to laud the membership of the Justice and Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee that sat through this bill, took it through the submissions by the very many stakeholders on the areas of interest, and following it up to submit and also comment before the House. Mr. Speaker, I would not stop by not mentioning names: the Honorable Senator Catherine Muma, Honorable Senator Veronica Maina, Honorable Senator Cheptumo, and the rest of the members who have spoken to this bill, including the Honorable Senator Okia Omtata. Mr. Speaker, when the committee received several recommendations and comments from various stakeholders, the Honorable Mungatana magnanimously supported such proposals, and I want to encourage him to continue and ensure that those proposals which were made by the stakeholders through the committee and the report by the committee is incorporated in the final version of this bill, because it will indeed achieve the objectives that the Honorable Senator had in coming up with the bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill speaks to all aspects of our lives. It speaks to every Kenyan. And the big question that came to us as we were deliberating on this bill is the desire by the sponsor of the bill to ensure that the provisions of Article 43 of the Constitution are implemented, and is given it a way in which both levels of government will ensure that implementation is done. Human dignity, Mr. Speaker, is what is provided for, or rather the rights provided for under Article 21, 1 and 2 of the Constitution of Kenya that obligates both levels of government, that is the county government and the national government and every other state organ, to ensure that they put in place means and policies that are geared towards promoting, observing, protecting, and ensuring that such rights as are provided for under Article 43 of the Constitution are protected and are achieved. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, is in the fullness of time upon its passage, which, as I support it, encourages the House to ensure that this bill is passed within the best time possible in order to achieve the objectives that the Honorable Senator Mugatana had. Mr. Speaker, I will not, I'll not pick on the very specific provisions, but as the membership of the Justice and Legal Affairs have submitted before the House, generally we are saying the bill provides a framework for monitoring, enforcing, and also seeking to implement the economic and social and cultural rights which are provided for under the Constitution of Kenya. It's a law on its own that will ensure that we have, as the government of the day seeks to serve the people of Kenya, under, for instance, what is provided for under Article 43(1) of the Constitution, the entitlement of adequate housing. Mr. Speaker, the government of Kenya Kwanza has gone out of its way to ensure that it implements a policy that had in its plan to ensure that at every level, that is at every county, there is affordable housing availed by the government to ensure that the provisions of Article 43(1)(b) on accessible and adequate housing and on reasonable standards of sanitation is met by the people in each and every county. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that it is also aimed at pushing beyond the county level so that we roll out this at a constituency level. The moment we have this bill passed into law, the Honorable Senator Wambua said that we have legislated almost in every aspect and we do not have the right goodwill from every government to implement. I would like to encourage the Honorable Senator Mugatana, because the plan that the government of the day had as at the time of its campaign and as it now has put in place is to ensure that this is achieved. It might not happen today, it might not happen tomorrow, but Mr. Speaker, this is a legislation that will ensure that in the fullness of time, Kenyans living in very bad housing conditions also get an opportunity to feel the implementation of the law that seeks to ensure the government provides the provisions, or rather undertakes and ensures that the provisions and obligation under Article 21 are met. Mr. Speaker, there is also a provision in the bill that ensures that at any level of government, whether it is at the county level or at the national level, specific policy papers are done. At the moment, county governments are going on with the CIDP programs. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, will ensure that the county development programs which are put in place ensures that the law that requires them to provide housing, to provide food, which is in this case, Mr. Speaker, one of the other aspects of implementation of the plan. The government has rolled out in a very big way the issue on subsidized fertilizer that seeks
to subsidize on production rather than consumption. And at every county level, Mr. Speaker, when this law is in place and cascaded towards every county government for implementation, the CIDP programs will ensure that there is an obligation on the county government and also the national government to put in place such policies that will ensure there is implementation of this particular law. These roles, Mr. Speaker, will not be achieved if there is no law in place. And as I have said, this provision, or rather this bill, will ensure that that goodwill that has been put in the plan is also anchored in law, so that there will be an obligation on each person in every office of government or public office to ensure that that particular provision of the law is implemented. Mr. Speaker, I'll not speak on the issue of clean water, safe water in adequate quantities, social security, education, and also the non-denial of emergency treatment of every particular person who seeks such treatment. When this bill is passed into law, there will be an obligation on every government agency, every government officer, to ensure that if that is placed on them and the demand comes before them, they are required by law to ensure that they perform that obligation for the benefit of the Kenyans, for the benefit of the people who put them into office. Human dignity, as I said, Mr. Speaker, is a belief that we are all entitled without any consideration of our race, color, the political divide, or even the belief that we have, to the extent that when this law is in place, there will be no preference on any particular individual for purposes of implementation, for them to benefit in the full and non-partisan implementation of the law. To the Honorable Mungatana, I allowed the position taken by him, and I support this bill so that we achieve more than what the document or the bill provides, because for the longest we have been told the Constitution of Kenya 2010 is a progressive constitution. This is part of the progressive realization of the provisions of this constitution, and the moment we pass this bill into law, that is part of the greatest achievement that the people of Kenya shall live to celebrate. And I'm very sure when they celebrate, they will celebrate the person in the Honorable Senator Mungatana, who has pushed for this bill to be enacted into law. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you. Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, Deputy Speaker Emeritus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate our colleague, Senator Mungatana, for spearheading the development and enactment of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I participated in the Bomas process for the development of the Constitution, and what appeared at that time to be bedeviling the development of this country was the lack of focus on the economic and social development of the individual Kenyans. And several times people talked of Yachenga Inji, we are building the nation. And in Bomas, it became very clear that we seem to have focused on developing the country and not developing the individuals. Not knowing that you can develop a country, but if you ignore the development of the individuals, then you will pull the country back. Because if you don't have a country with people who have enough food, people who have been developed economically, they will still drain the resources of the country. And Mr. Speaker, I participated in two committees dominantly there. One was on the devolution, and this other one was the one that was looking at the human rights of Kenyans. And I am very, very delighted that there is one law now that is going to unpack all of it, and for that I congratulate Senator Mungatana. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the economic and social rights, as articulated in Article 43(1), you find that it's really the basic things, basic minimum that any country should give its people. And we asked ourselves many questions in Bomas as we were bringing these documents in. Finally, a few years down the road, of about 12 years, we are now ready to address this, and I think this is very important. Because, Mr. Speaker, some of the rights that are given here are rights that every country, any nation, should be proud to give its people. How many years after independence? We are over 60 years after independence, and we are still lacking access to basic nutrition for our children. And you ask yourself, how can we fail in that? You look at the issue of clean and safe water. It was discussed from independence. I believe that with the coming on of this law, we should be able to monitor the implementation of this bill or the law when it becomes law, so that we ensure that everybody accesses these rights. Because lack of clean and safe water is what is costing us a lot when it comes to the health sector. Because you miss clean water, then your health goes down. Our children in school, like what happened the other day, and we lost a child in a very famous school in Mukumu, and we even had 70 of them in hospital. And those who went to hospital, it was very sad, because a mother said, I went to the hospital, Kakamega Hospital, which we were all very proud of, and she was told to go and buy very basic things, which means even accessing proper health care in our county hospitals is still a challenge. In the Constitution, we are talking of the highest attainable standard of health that we can give our people. Mr. Speaker, if we only concentrated on this and focused through what this bill is saying, that we focus our strategic plans to answer to the basic needs of Kenyans, the social and economic, the social and economic rights of the Kenyans. If we focus, we have enough resources. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say the resources are not enough. What we send from this House, from Senate to our counties, should be enough for that. It would be upon our governors to start changing the direction of development. It does not help you to have a road, whichever way your road is, without a small maternity in every health center. Mr. Speaker, we have lost mothers. We have children who have never been seen by nurses or clinicians just because of lack of a dispensary close to the family. If a family cannot afford their own food, how can they afford transport to go and to take a child to clinic? Because we know the hierarchy of needs. People will be looking at the very basic things first. So this law is really going to unpack how we behave as a nation and how we prioritize as a nation. Because we must prioritize to ensure that the very basic things that our people require are not only available, but they're also accessible. Mr. Speaker, if you look at this country, the whole map, you see a lot of imbalance. When we are even talking about the basic nutrition of children, there are corners of this country that don't discuss nutrition anymore because they have enough food. But the lack of distribution of food, to other areas that do not produce food is causing a lot of imbalance in the way we raise our children. I remember a colleague here said, go to Kakamega or Bungoma, and any plant you find is food. Because it's a very protective part of this country. You get mabera on the street. Nobody even sells bananas. Sometimes in Gisi, you find them on the roadside. But those are the productive parts of this country. I come from a region that produces the grain of this country, the grain basket. Uasin Gishu and Trans Nzoia, we are the producers. But sometimes we have pamba harvest, and while we are fighting over the prices, people in Turkana are suffering People in northern Kenya are suffering, and yet it is their right to get food. The access of food must be facilitated by government. Nobody else can move food. If you allow the food to be transported by a middleman, Mr. Speaker, the price goes up. There were days in this country that we all ate rice from where? And the rice from where was being transported by government to national cereals and board stores. I did some work myself in Marsabit, and we reached Marsabit, and they had too much rice. And they told us, if you are going back to Nairobi, you can buy your rice from our stores. That was in 1988. So there was a time when this worked, and we really need to get things working, that the producing counties should be supported to produce. But the counties that do not produce should have the right to access this food at a fair price. And there is no way the price will be fair if we are going to use businessmen to buy and go and sell. So we need government intervention. We also need our governors to think around the clock about this food, stability of our food, because it is very sad that when there is Pamba harvest in Trans Nzoia, a governor in Kajiado doesn't have food and doesn't do anything about it. Mr. Speaker, agriculture is devolved. Health is devolved. So I'm very happy with this bill because with the coming in of the oversight fund for senators, we should have our committees going to the ground to question why some of these things are not happening. Why we are not able to attain the highest level of health for our people. Why we are not able to give our people enough food in adequate amounts and in nutritive, balanced nutrition is something that we need to ask ourselves. And some of this could just be facilitation that that government should be able to give us. When we talk of reasonable standards of sanitation, there are people who don't even understand the word sanitation. Corners in this country that do not even understand what you mean by that. And yet, we have released funding to our counties, and our county governments are supposed to be doing this because they are devolved. Mr. Speaker, I really am very, very happy and I support this bill because I know it's going to change. Even the right to education. And all these things are intertwined, Mr. Speaker. If you don't get balanced food for our children in parts of this country, and then you are not able you don't have enough resources to send your children to school, at the end of the year, KCP is not sensitive to that. KCSE is not sensitive to that. So you are doing exams, one exam on the same one day for people who are well endowed and those who are not well endowed, for people who have never enjoyed good health and those who have enjoyed good health. This causes an imbalance so that even when we talk of the right to education, it becomes imbalanced as you go higher. And that's why access to higher education for some regions of this country is still a challenge because these basic needs, basic socio-economic rights have not been implemented. So it is my prayer that as we finalize this bill, and it should happen as soon as possible, we actually go ahead to implement. This should be the first agenda for our oversight fund, that we actually look at this. Because if we are able to fulfill this, Mr. Speaker, I dare say we will have fulfilled the highest number of rights for this country and will be in peace. Because somebody who has had good food, somebody who has food security, who has health security, who has water, is a very peaceful person. It will generate peace for the nation. Mr. Speaker, under Article 5, the bill has articulated the obligations of the national and county government with respect to economic and social rights. These are what we are going to oversight to ensure that our county governments implement what has been articulated in this. it is very, very important that we push them and ensure that they have done it. When I looked at the roles that have been given to the national and county governments, Mr. Speaker, they are doable. And I thank Senator Mungatana for that. They are doable. These are not very difficult things to do. The problem is the goodwill. And we really must push for that goodwill. Because you can never force somebody to have goodwill. We have parliaments. And parliaments must ensure that we do enough oversight to ensure that whatever has been passed is done. They must be able to create awareness to the people. They must let the citizens know their rights also. Because once the citizens have their rights, I mean, we must, not they, we must let the citizens know what their rights are. Because if we do that, it makes our oversight less, and that's why I really believe in this oversight funding, so that we can go out, talk to the citizens, let them know what their rights are as far as health is concerned, what their rights are as far as clean water is concerned. So this bill, Mr. Speaker, should pass immediately. So that when we go down, we are actually carrying this. This is going to be one bill that is going to push devolution even much, much better. So that also we are able to oversight how they develop the CIDP. Because CIDP has become a routine document. It's a document that is developed, whether it is implemented or not implemented, nobody knows the level at which it has been implemented. But when we have this in a law, then we should be able to do that. Mr. Speaker, I know my colleagues are keen to contribute before the lapse of the time, so I would like to stop there and to again once more thank our Senator colleague, Senator Mungatana, for spearheading this bill, and pray that we support and make sure that it passes as soon as possible so that it becomes a template for our oversight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Thank you, Senator Plouffe. Honorable Senators, I request we give the Vice Chair, Standing Committee on Finance and Budget, a minute also to read these two important papers, which are urgent and have timelines. Then we continue with the debate. You're almost finalizing. Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I do beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, the 12th. One, the report on the Standing Committee of Finance on the Equalization Fund and Appropriation Bill 2023, Senate number 3 of 2023, and the report of the Standing Committee of Finance and Budget on the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2023. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Senator Kenyuri Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to rise to support this bill by the good Senator of Tana River, Senator Mungatana. This actually encompasses so many other aspects that are going to strengthen devolution that have for some time gotten worried on whether we are actually progressing or wanting to kill devolution. So, Senator Mungatana, this was well thought out. So I want to bring to the attention of members very worrying statistics that were given on 16th March by the Ministry of Health, that surely 6 million Kenyans have no sanitation facilities. 28% of those are in rural areas, 32% are in urban areas like we who are in Nairobi here, and there is 90% of open defecation in 15 counties. I do not want to name the specific counties, but it brings into reality what we are actually facing. So just like I said, these were the basic issues that are being talked about, and giving those worrying statistics is a cause for concern to we as honorable members to get to action. Even though I want to commend the initiatives by the Kenya Kwanza government and the president to be specific, because he seemed to have understood that once you make the basic things available to ordinary Kenyans, then even governance becomes very easy. The same thing as what Senator Mungatana has done. This bill actually covers most of the aspirations of the bottom-up blueprint we had, and that we largely campaigned on during the last campaigns. So, Senator Mungatana, I want to also commend the bit on conditional grants to counties. I've seen how conditional grants in the area of education, I worked for a long time in the TVET sector, and one of the reasons why the vocational training centers at the counties were doing very well is because of the conditional grants that were going there. That means counties cannot divert that money elsewhere, but uses that money for the intended purpose. And I think this is what we want to see even in the health sector, so that we do not have a situation where money is going down and it can't go to where the intended purpose that was needed is. Just look currently, if any ordinary Kenyan goes to a hospital, and if I take members back to the case of Baby Sagini Jr., who lost his life after a fork jembe was lodged in his head, he was not able to even raise a deposit to put and get admission in hospital. Those are the scenarios we are faced with on a daily basis. This bill, I hope, is going to open room to some of those issues, so that as a very poor Kenyan, why should I give deposit for me to even receive the basic emergency services that I need then, before you want to consider whether I'm in a position of giving the money or not? The other thing also is on the accessibility of housing, which is one of the basic rights we are seeing here. This government is talking about affordable housing, and with a major intention being supporting young people with the relevant skills get into these housing and manufacturing initiatives we are engaging in. That way, we are also supporting young people, because we make up most of the population in Kenya, and women. So these rights, actualization of these rights will actually benefit us and several millions out there who are looking forward to provision of the same and being protected under the same bill that is being proposed by Senator Mungatana. So in being brief, surely I want to emphasize that Senator Mungatana, this is timely. It's going to strengthen devolution. We have things to take to account counties on. Just like the other week, I was raising a concern on civic education. I see you've captured here public awareness, which is very close. And I think as honorable members, we equally need the civic education, because listening clearly, we first need to understand that, so that we know when we are going to oversight, even in our counties, what exactly we are looking for. So I support this bill strongly, and it's timely. It actually carries the aspirations of this government and what the president has always been on the front line advocating for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Senator Beatrice Akinyi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the chance. I rise to appreciate and to also support the bill by Senator Mungatana. Honorable Speaker, when you talk about human dignity, and when Honorable Mungaratana presents to us the preservation of human dignity and enforcement of the Economic and Social Rights Bill, Honorable Speaker, I'm excited to support this bill because it is about all our life and the life of all Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, I'm also excited, Honorable Speaker, on the 29th of September, at the opening of the 13th Parliament, I remember point 15 by the President when he emphasized about service to all people. Honorable Speaker, the President was very precise in mentioning service to people and service to the boss. And the boss here referred to the people of this republic and their sovereign interest. Honorable Speaker, this afternoon, I remember the statement by the Queen of the North, the Honorable nominated member. She talked about the water crisis in northern Kenya. And Honorable Speaker, something that is interesting is that we talk about a crisis when there's no water and we have drought, Honorable Speaker, but soon after that, we also come to lament about a crisis by water brought by floods. Then, Honorable Speaker, it brings me to the aspect of planning in this country, that were we to plan, were the government to plan well, and the county governments to do the same, then, Honorable Speaker, our people would be having the service that they require. Honorable Speaker, when we talk about the services that our people require, back at our counties, Honorable Speaker, we cry for certain service that Kenyans should not be crying about over these years after independence. If you leave the water we are talking about here, which to me and to everybody else is a basic right. No Kenyan should go without water. No Kenyan should go without food. No Kenyan should go without shelter as provided in the basic needs of a person. But look at other services, Honorable Speaker. We talk about education for all. But where do we have this education for all in this republic? There are people in this republic that education are not able to access education, right from even early childhood. That is the preserve of the county governments for which we sit at the Senate to guard their interest. Honorable Speaker, even at the primary level, there are children that are not able to access education for all. It remains a preserve of some few, basically because of a poor planning strategy. Honorable Speaker, just the other day, we've been crying on this floor about the implementation of junior secondary. That we were here as a country planning for junior secondary, and then when the time comes, Honorable Speaker, we see the children of this country sitting in classes with no teachers. And Honorable Speaker, that is the dignity that we are talking about here. Because then as a country, it means we are not planning well. And Honorable Speaker, when you mess up a whole generation of Kenyans in the name of junior secondary school, that we should have children sitting in a class with one teacher posted to a school for 2 terms. And Honorable Speaker, we all know the background of the training of teachers. That teachers at the secondary level are trained to teach, prepared to teach 2 subjects. So Honorable Speaker, when we get children to a class and we have only 1 teacher or 2 teachers, it means basically that these children are going for a period of time without being attended to in an equitable manner. And that is the dignity that this bill is going to bring to us. When we talk about health for all, then we can all reflect back at the counties where we come from, that there are some villages, that there are some wards with no basic roads. So once a woman or children or patients lack access, then it means they are not able to reach even the health center, some of them that may be even far-flung from then, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, when we talk about health, we are talking about a generation. If a generation is not able to be taken care of well, then, Honorable Speaker, that tells it all that we are not giving the Kenyans the dignity that they require. But, Honorable Speaker, this is not, the services I'm presenting are not only limited to water, to education, to roads that we speak of. Let us look at other sectors, Honorable Speaker. In a county where I come from, there are only 2 land registries that are supposed to serve over 1.4 million people in Homa Bay County. So you have 2 land registries, one serving 4 sub-counties, another land registry serving the other 4 sub-counties. But what this reflects on the inefficiency in this sector, because a Kenyan should be able to access a service of a land if they want to do a search very close by them. Honorable Speaker, then it means if our people are crowding, 4 sub-counties crowding in one land registry, an example, in Homa Bay sub-county that serves Homa Bay sub-county, Ndewa sub-county, Suba South, and Suba North, then your guess is as good as mine, Honorable Speaker. It means we constantly have a crowd around the registries. Our people have to travel long distance, probably get the service they required after all traveling thrice to the sub-county, a service that they were supposed to get only at one visit. That is what we are saying in this bill, that once this bill is enacted, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans, and particularly everybody, should be able to access such services that they need. Look at a service like the registration of births, Honorable Speaker. Everybody has a right to be born. And when you are born, Honorable Speaker, it is that human dignity we are talking about, that you should be able to get, your parents should be able to get your registration as a Kenyan. But what happens to where we come from, all over the country? We find the same crowds that we find in the land registries. And Honorable Speaker, if I were to name all these services, then, Honorable Speaker, there are so many of them. Look at even the issuance of passports. Honorable Speaker, I was home over the Easter, and you get a young man, brilliant, ambitious, wanting to venture in the world, coming to me, Senator, why don't you help me get a passport? What we are saying, Honorable Speaker, that these services must be made easier for Kenyans, because that is the human dignity that we are talking about. And Honorable Speaker, I could name so many of them. Honorable Speaker, in this era, Honorable Speaker, we still have hospitals holding dead bodies of Kenyans who have no choice whether to die or to live. Because once you go to an hospital, Honorable Speaker, your aspiration is that you should be cured. I have a case, Honorable Speaker, of a 7-month-old baby that has stayed in a facility in this republic, despite the circulars that the government keep on giving. But a hospital is still holding a body of a 7-month-old baby. What choice, Honorable Speaker, did that 7-month-old baby have? And we are saying that baby, that 7-month-old baby, has a right to have lived in dignity, though now being indignified even in death. Honorable Speaker, I hope this bill is going to address all that. And so I support Honorable Mugatana, and I say all Kenyans have the right to dignity. They have the right to services. They have the right to social, economic services. Honorable Speaker, let us reflect on what has been going on in this country that few months ago. Hunger. That at independence we talked about ignorance, disease, and we still talk about the same thing. That in this country, Honorable Speaker, you might see pictures of dying children because of food, because there is drought. Honorable Speaker, I support this bill, and we hope that this bill will help us as Kenyans in getting everybody their dignity in service, in how they live, in how they work, and Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Beatrice Ogola Akinyi. And honorable members, there being no other senator who wants to contribute to the bill, I now call upon the mover, Honorable Senator Mungatana, to reply.
Mr. Speaker, I am very, very grateful this evening for having listened to a lot of words of wisdom from fellow colleagues, each one of them, Mr. Speaker, who took to the floor of this House had something to add to this bill. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the majority leader for seconding this bill at the second reading. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, to all the senators who spoke to this bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to single out a few of my colleagues who made contributions. In particular, Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to the Justice Committee led by yourself, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful for the comments that were contained and were very ably presented by my colleague, the Honorable Senator Veronica. Mr. Speaker, she pointed out various issues that could be made better in this bill, and made a lot of useful additions to what this bill could be done to make it better. She pointed out, Mr. Speaker, that there could be a problem with colluding mandates within the commissions that are established under Article 59. She made a point, Mr. Speaker, about the fund that we know as the Equitable Fund. And Mr. Speaker, she made a lot of useful suggestions that I took down, and I am so grateful for the work that the committee has done. Mr. Speaker, the work of the committee was also ably explained by Senator Kathy Muma, who spoke of the need to create within this bill an instrument that will ensure there is monitoring of the implementation of the progressive achievement of the socio-economic rights that we seek to implement under this law that are carried under Article 43 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Cheptumo spoke at great lengths about how there was need
for equality within this nation, and how some areas of this nation have been left out. And that this bill, Mr. Speaker, will make an attempt at trying to bring an equalizing factor across the nation. I thank Senator Wambua and his contribution. I thank particularly the Honorable Senator Peris Tobiko, who spoke passionately of the two Kenyas that exist, the two Kenyas. There is the Kenya that is developed, has facilities, has infrastructure, and there is the other Kenya that is forgotten, so that people who are traveling from those sides, Mr. Speaker, they say as they board the bus, they are going to which destination? They are going to Kenya, and yet, Mr. Speaker, they belong to this same nation. Mr. Speaker, I am very, very grateful for Senator Okiya Omtatah and how he brought up clearly that these socio-economic rights need to be viewed within the purview of developing the cake that has to be subdivided in a fair manner to all of us. And he said, if the cake is not sufficient, there will be nothing to subdivide. Essentially, we'll be creating a stampede. And so he talked of the need for us to grow our economy, and that this bill ought to be seen and appreciated in the light of a transitory mechanism that will bring the fairness, but we must focus on a more permanent solution of the nature of building the economy and not cannibalizing the assets that make this nation. Senator Mariam Omar spoke about the two Kenyas and told us that in their area, Mr. Speaker, some of these rights that are supposed to be realized under Article 43 and being anchored within this bill, they are a dream. And it is time that this law becomes a reality so that people from Mandera can also enjoy these rights. Mr. Speaker, Professor Kamar, Senator Faki, Mr. Speaker, Senator Okenyuri, and my good friend, Senator Beatrice, were all on point, Mr. Speaker, adding various points of wisdom, points of law. In particular, Senator Esther Okenyuri, Mr. Speaker, brought shocking statistics that brought to reality what we are talking about, that there is a problem in Kenya, and Mr. Speaker, that we need to do our bit as the Senate. We need to start the process of making this Article 43 a reality. Mr. Speaker, I want to promise this House that we are going to put in our best foot forward. This is not a simple bill. It's a difficult bill, Mr. Speaker, and it's a first attempt at trying to make reality of Article 43. But, Mr. Speaker, we are up to the task. And I'm very grateful to Senator Kathy Muma, who has even promised to get us in touch with resource persons who can help us create the kind of instruments that will be useful when we as a Senate try to oversight the implementation of these basic rights. And I am very grateful for the way the whole committee and the whole House have handled this debate. Mr. Speaker, I am totally happy, and this gives me that courage to go further and work. And I have promised myself, Mr. Speaker, to put in my best foot forward. And Mr. Speaker, before even we come back for the committee of the whole, it is my wish and the team that we are working with on this bill to actually come back suo moto, to have a sitting with JLAC again, so that they can hear us and tell us if we need to do further polishing. And we are prepared for the long haul, Mr. Speaker. We are prepared to go and come back. Some of us, Mr. Speaker, are still students of PhD. And any person who has gone to that level of education, you know that you would come with a proposal, you go to your professor, he says you go back. You go back. You go back. You must be prepared for the long haul for you to achieve the goal. And in this particular case, Mr. Speaker, we want to bring to bear our whole academic thinking, and mixed with all these ideas and the team that is supporting this idea of this bill, Mr. Speaker, we will go back to you, the JLAC, and if the JLAC says we come back again, we will come back and keep coming back until when we come to the committee of the whole, we have captured at least a majority of the ideas in a manner that is acceptable to this House and to the people of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you very much. And Mr. Speaker, I now move that this bill I reply to the bill, Mr. Speaker, so that, Mr. Speaker, now it can be read a second time.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Mugatana, for reply. You note we do not have the numbers.
So Mr. Speaker, I wanted to make an application.
Go ahead, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, as you very well know in court, after you finish submissions, you always have some applications or one or the other. So in this case, Mr. Speaker, you are familiar because we are from that profession together. So Mr. Speaker, I wish to move pursuant to Order 66, sub Rule 3, that the putting of this question be deferred to a later date. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mugatana, your application is heard, considered, and I nominate the next sitting, that is tomorrow, for putting of the question. Thank you very much. Clerk, next order.
Order number 11, the Prompt Payment Bill, Senate Bills number 8 of 2022, second reading.
Senator Miriam Sheikh Omar, kindly proceed and move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I beg to move Prompt Payment Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2022. The principal objective of this bill is to put in place a legal framework to facilitate prompt payment for the supply of goods, works, and service procured by the government entities, both at national and county level.
Senator Mariam, I want to direct you to appropriately move your bill. Comply with the standing orders. Go.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move Prompt Payment Bill, Senate number 8 of 2022. Mr. Speaker, you have not heard me. I read it before like that.
Go ahead. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the principal objective of this bill is to put in place a legal framework to facilitate prompt payment for the supply of goods, works, and service procured by the government entity both at national and the county level. Article 201D and E of the Constitution provides for the public finance principle include procurement, and that procurement and public money should be used in the prudent and responsible way, and financial management shall be responsible, and fiscal report shall be cleared. Mr. Speaker, prudent management of public funds, includes meeting of financial obligations by procuring entity both in national and the county government. The bill, however, recognizes that apart from giving effect to the principal public finance and prompt settlement of the bills, promote trade and industry, and by extension support robust growth of economy. Mr. Speaker, vibrant economy has numerous tangible benefits such as increasing the rate of employment, growth in revenues collected from thriving business, and investors' confidence in the country. Mr. Speaker, at macro level, therefore, the bill sets to solve the problem of late payments to the supply of goods and services, and at macro level to act as impetus for the growth of business and economic development. Mr. Speaker, the bill therefore proposes to acquire a procuring entities in the national and the county government to pay a supplier by prescribed payment dates. Where a procuring entity fails to pay a supplier by the prescribed payment date, the bill provides that procuring entity shall pay interest to the supplier in accordance with this section on the amount due under the contract, on the amount due under the contract for the supply of goods, works, and services. In this respect, the bill provides that maximum interest rate chargeable shall be based on the rate sets and published by Central Bank of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, further the bill proposes to place an obligation on procuring entity to ensure that priority is given to the payment of any outstanding debts for the supply of goods and services to the procuring entity. In this respect, the bill provides that in determining which debts should be given a priority, a procuring entity shall have regard to the debts upon payment fail due and should pay debts in chronological order. Mr. Speaker, cognizant of the fact that delayed payment for the public contract is usually compounded by disputes on the term of contract, the bill proposed that where a procuring entity disputes an invoice, a procuring entity shall, within 14 days, return the invoice to the supplier and identify in writing any defects in the invoice and require the supplier to correct the defects. Mr. Speaker, the bill further provides that where a procuring entity return an invoice under the procurement entity shall pay the supplier at least 50% of the amount due, or as a procuring entity and the supplier may agree. In this respect, a supplier who receives an invoice from procuring entity shall, within 14 days, deliver a corrected invoice to procuring entity. The interest shall accrue upon expirations of 14 days after the receipt by procuring entity of the corrected invoice or after prescribed payment date, whichever is later. Mr. Speaker, as a means of ensuring implementation and provisions of the law, the bill provides that where the supplier has delivered an invoice in procuring entity and the accounting officer or responsible officer of the procuring entity negligently, maliciously, or without a reasonable cause failed to return the invoice as provided for rectifications or pay amount due commits an offense. Let me go back. For rectification and pay the amount due commits on offense and is liable. On conviction is a fine not exceeding 5 million or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years or both. Mr. Speaker, the bill therefore seeks to provide for the framework for the prompt payment of the monies due to suppliers of goods and services to the national and the county government entities. Mr. Speaker, the immediate consequences of the bill will be a reduction in the amount of the pending bill that consistently plagued the budget of the governments as both the county and national level. This will give further effect on principle of prudence and accountability in the use of public funds. Mr. Speaker, the bill also intended to ensure that the person who undertake business with the government receive their due in a timely manner, albeit to create a conducive environment for the business. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the bill. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I request Senator Boni Halwale to second. Thank you.
Senator Boni Halwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate my kid sister, the senator, for this very important bill. And if we go ahead and enact this bill, we will now have moved into the direction of what is in vogue in developed markets. In the United States of America, in Canada, I'm aware that the prompt payment bill is a law. Nobody just pushes suppliers as they wish in the name of being the people who handed them the contracts. Mr. Speaker, indeed, this bill will be a redemption. It will be a redemption. It will be a big win for business people. We know of very many business people in this country who have been auctioned, not because they are poor business practitioners, but because they took loans for which they placed collaterals in the hope that upon completion of the contract, they would be paid. And then they end up not being paid, they are auctioned. I'm sure some of you back in your respective counties, you know of a case or two of people who've fallen down sick, ulcers, high blood pressure, heart attack, and death. In fact, in Kakamega, have had two business people in the lower part of the county, in Mumias, who lost their lives because they were not paid by the county government. This is a bill that is going to make sure counties look good. Because at the moment, if you don't know,
counties are no longer attractive entities for doing business with because they are not paying. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is compounded further by the reluctance on the national government to make immediate, timely, and prompt releases of shareable revenue as anticipated by this Senate to county governments, so that you find some of the blame is taken by the governor and part of it surely should be taken by the national government. I'm aware that in this bill proposed by my sister, my kid sister, the Honorable Senator, intends to punish. But as you go and punish, for example, argument's sake, the heads of county governments, what do you do with the national government which has delayed disbursements? We have to think a bit longer and harder about this so that, again, the governor does not end up carrying or being visited with the ills of the national government. Mr. Speaker, I cannot end my contribution to this bill without acknowledging the contribution that was made to this particular exercise by the previous Senate. This is a bill that we are carrying over, and I know that this bill was actually being driven by the then Senator Johnson Adam Sakaja, who is now the governor of Nairobi. I'm sure Sakaja, while doing it, he was doing it because he was angry that the governor of Nairobi was not paying the business people of Nairobi on time. Sakaja, now the shoe is on the other foot. We're going to pass this bill, and now you will have to pay our business people. I'm not saying it's reluctant, but I'm just, Mr. Speaker, laughing at the irony of law. You heard what the Senator of Siaya told us yesterday, that when his father supported the bill for detention of trial, detention without trial, little did Jaramogi know that he was going to be the first to be detained under that law. And indeed, he was. What's more, far, far, far in the east, Pakistan, we had General Zia-ul-Haq, who allowed legislation that provided for hanging. The sentence, the act was passed. People fought. Zia-ul-Haq could not listen, but Zia-ul-Haq was hanged under that very act. We should always be very conscious of that fact, that the best law, as Mungatana once said, Mungatana likes forgetting some of the good things he tells me. Mungatana once told me in the other parliament that the best law is the one you can trust in the hands of your worst enemy. This is a very exciting bill. Look, for example, Mr. Speaker, at clauses 4 to 6. They are saying of this bill, they provide that for processing for payment, and it says it requires that a procuring entity shall pay for the goods, works, or services provided by the prescribed payment date. Failure to pay the amount due within the stipulated time, a procuring entity shall be liable to pay an interest circulated on the basis of central bank base rates. It is not punitive. It's a soft way of encouraging the procuring entity to make sure that if you don't pay, as the person whose payment you are delaying loses his money, you also lose your good money. This is very exciting and very innovative. Senator, good work. Mr. Speaker, in clause 8, the bill provides for offenses And it says, an accounting officer who without reasonable cause or negligently fails to pay the amount due commits an offense and shall be liable to pay a fine not exceeding 1 million shillings or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years or to both fine and imprisonment. Be aware of this clause. Colleagues, be aware of this clause. This clause is going to invite a fight from the behind the scenes. The many years we've done legislation with Mungatana is that you find you do very well the way you're doing. And now when you're headed into the third stage, you start getting invitations for breakfast meetings by the people who are fearing clause 8. They tell you, oh, you see, let us have this breakfast. This bill should be, let's make this amendment. We reduce from 1 million to whatever, or we reduce the term, or let's just defeat the bill. Because the member of parliament who was once involved in this, in the 9th parliament, is long dead. Due to that respect, I'll not mention his name. But what happened, Mr. Speaker, is that after we had passed a beautiful law, we're in the House in the afternoon about to move. Then, in the days of paparazzi, you remember paparazzi? Where the people of the media would follow you with cameras quietly and you don't know. So they filmed our colleague when he was collecting money at Continental Hotel here. And it became a very big scandal for this parliament because of provisions like provision in clause 8. What does it call for? It calls for, my colleagues, integrity. You say that we cannot kill Senator Mungatana's, Senator Lima's bill. You say we cannot kill such a good law for the benefit of the people who are going to make use of that law. Mr. Speaker, because of time, and I don't want to speak again tomorrow, allow me to second this bill and say how happy I am. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second the bill as moved.
Honorable Senators, having had Senator Boni Halwale second the bill, I now propose the question that the prompt payment bill, Senate Bills number 8 of 2022, be now read a second time. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 13th April 2023 at 2:30 p.m.
The AMA Treaty was committed to the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Health for consideration, guided by the provisions of Constitution, the Treaty Making Ratification Act 2012, and the National Assembly Standing Orders, in particular Standing Order 170A. As provided under Article 118(1)(b) of the Constitution, Section 8(3) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, and Standing Order 170A, the committee conducted public participation in the course of considering the treaty. The committee received written memorandum and oral submissions from various stakeholders, including government ministries, departments and agencies, non-state actors, and non-governmental organizations. Upon finalization of its consideration of the AMA Treaty and submissions from stakeholders, and in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 170A-4, the committee prepared a report on the House containing an analysis of stakeholder views, observations made by the committee, and the committee recommendations on the ratification of the AMA Treaty. Honorable Speaker, our observations were as follows. A, the AMA Treaty is in line with the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and complies with the provisions of Treaty Making and Ratification Act 45 of 2012, and in particular, Section 8(9) of the Act, as it does not negate any of the provisions of the Constitution. B, the AMA Treaty may require amendment of Kenyan laws for compliance with and implementation of the treaty obligation, as the treaty advocates for the adoption of the African Union Model Law on regulations of medical products. C, ratification of the AMA Treaty will catalyze realization of universal health coverage through faster access to the highest quality of medical products. D, the AMA Treaty will contribute to achievement of government health policies, such as the Kenya Health Policy 2014 to 2030, the Kenya National Pharmaceutical Policy 2012, among others. And E, the AMA Treaty will benefit Kenya as it supports local pharmaceutical production and strengthen the country's ability to regulate and monitor safety of health products and technologies. Honorable Speaker, the committee makes the following recommendation: that pursuant to Standing Order 174CY, the committee recommends that the House approves the ratification of the African Union Treaty for the establishment of the African Medicines Agency. And Honorable Speaker, the justification is that the African Union Treaty for establishment of African medical agencies, that's AMA, facilitates the realization of universal health coverage through improved regulation of medical products. This will ultimately facilitate the realization of the right to the highest attainable standard of health, as guaranteed under Article 43 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. I move and ask my colleague to second. The Honorable Member for Emuhaya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As I second, I want to say that AMA is a specialized agency of the AU, and when it was established, it was ratified by 15 member states. Today, 33 out of the 55 member states have already ratified, and is mainly to improve the quality of medicine in the member states so that they can also achieve good health care. With those few comments, I beg to second.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I propose the question that the House adopts a report of the Departmental Committee on Health on its consideration of the ratification of the African Union Treaty for establishment of the African Medicines Agency, AMA, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 21st March 2023, and pursuant to provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the African Union Treaty for the establishment of African Medicines Agency. The Honorable James Nyikal, member for Seme. The Honorable Geoffrey Mwangi, member for Tetu. The Honorable Mili Odhiambo, member for Suba North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And Madam Speaker, let me just say at the onset, that because I've just arrived from Suba North, I've not actually had opportunity to look at the treaty. I was just wishing that the honorable member, in moving or in seconding, would have elaborated a little more on the agency, because when you talk about the African Medicines Agency, I don't know whether it deals with the issue of medicines from Africa, like mwarobaine, or whether it is an issue of medicines that are of African origin, because if it is an issue of medicines or like herbal medicines from Africa, then Madam Speaker, that I would actually be very much in support of, because if there's one thing that we have done as a continent, is that we have despised our own products, the indigenous knowledge of beneficial properties of our own plants that have been very helpful, but I'm hoping that even in responding, the honorable member would be able to indicate that. I think the other issue that I have noted of concern as the honorable member was moving, that I hope he can also respond to, is that indicated that we need to make some amendments to our own laws. And even though I don't have the Treaty Making and Ratification Act here, but one of the things, since I'm the one who moved it anyway, but one of the things that I'm sure the treaty, the Act talks about is that where we have situations where we need to amend our laws, then we need to actually point it in the memorandum which laws those are. So I would also hope that you can tell us, because this is actually, when you are bringing a treaty, it's also a lawmaking process, because Article 2.5 and 2.6 of the Constitution gives the Assembly the opportunity to make law through treaties by bringing them through Parliament, because we have now given them, once a treaty is passed, it becomes the law of Kenya. And we had actually indicated that you cannot make a law outside the legislative process, so that the executive alone cannot make law. So it would be important for us, even as we are doing this treaty, that if there are certain laws that we are amending that are going against certain provisions of the treaty, then what you should have done is make a reservation on those articles until such a time that we have actually then amended our laws. Otherwise, we will be getting a clash either with our constitution or our domestic laws, which is not what the Constitution intends. I'm hoping the honorable member will bring a little bit of clarity, even as...
Thank you very much, Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Honorable Dr. Pukose, you are on intervention.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Millie for raising those issues. The African Medical Agency, this is an African Union body that standardizes the practice, whether it is traditional medicine or conventional medicine. It has to be standardized, whether in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, all those countries that are signatory to it. We must practice uniformly, so that if you take mwarobaine in Kenya, it should be the same dosage of mwarobaine in Uganda. It should not be able to change. And it should be able to be, even the packaging should be uniformly done, that we still into certain standards. And that's why its practice has to be in convention with WHO. It has to be in convention with the guidelines by the UN agencies. So it has to be uniform wise.